The girl, though born into a wealthy aristocratic family, was treated no better than trash, simply because of her distinctive natural black hair and eyes. Thanks to her persistent day and night efforts, she transmigrated into a new life and identity, where she was no longer bound by the absurd rules of her family. But then one day, she discovered that the cold husband before her was her former husband, and she had returned to her old identity. Although not entirely happy with what she had learned in her transmigrated life, Cana declared herself ready to conquer any challenge life threw her way. Today, let's follow the struggle of this girl. The scene began with a mysterious hue. The girl's tear-filled eyes slowly opened. Her mind was hazy, unable to understand what was currently happening. She only saw her hands clinging to the leg of a stranger. She herself was lying on the floor, as if pleading with that person. Suddenly, a voice startled her. It was a white-haired man. The man stared at the girl with contemptuous eyes. He grimaced and told the girl to let go of his leg. She still didn't understand the situation before her. She wondered what this handsome man was talking about. The man, with a look of disgust, warned her. "If you don't let go, I will cut off that hand, Cana." The girl was stunned. The man turned and walked away, leaving her sitting on the floor, confused by the name he had just called her. Did he just call her Cana? Her hands clenched her dress tightly, still unable to accept the reality unfolding before her eyes. Cana was the eldest daughter of Duke Addis, belonging to the second noble family protecting the western continent. The girl was ostracized and called a half-breed. Cana lived in contempt and hatred from everyone, living amidst gossip and curses because of her black hair and eyes. The reason for this hatred stemmed from a long-ago disaster that appeared as a black fog. It was the very thing that destroyed the southern continent. Possessing hair as black as the fog, and with black eyes. That's why everyone considered Cana's existence a heinous crime. Her family was no exception. Her stepmother and stepsister saw Cana as a thorn in their side. Her first younger brother enjoyed abusing her, while her second younger brother treated her like a servant. Even her father didn't intervene to protect his daughter. Having to live amidst such harsh accusations, Cana couldn't bear it any longer. Then suddenly, one morning when she was 14, Cana woke up in a completely unfamiliar setting, and became a girl named Juhua. She looked at her face in the mirror with confusion. Panicked, not knowing what had happened. Cana slowly pondered. Everything was beyond her comprehension. Was this perhaps another terrible nightmare welcoming her? Cana decided to give up trying to understand and accept these strange events. As time passed, Cana's soul merged with Juhua's body. It became an exchange of identities. Cana thought back to her time in that new body. Although the new life was quite strange. With the memories and knowledge from Juhua's body, Cana was able to overcome the initial difficulties. Despite moments of panic due to psychological shock, Cana still had to overcome it herself, as she was used to enduring and persevering. Living a new life with milestones when Juhua was 17. Juhua in her 20s until the age of 29. Graduating early through the GED. Then passing the Oriental Medicine School entrance exam and earning a doctor's degree. Gaining experience as an Oriental medicine doctor. Everything went well until Cana woke up and found herself back in her original life. Tired and depressed, Cana sat reminiscing about her happy life in Juhua's body. A life where Cana lived on the money she earned herself. A life that taught Cana so many things. Cana knew the warmth of someone's embrace. Learned gentle care and kindness in life. Reaching out to embrace the new life. Cana had opened her heart. These were things Cana had never learned in her sad old life. Cana stood up. Walked to the mirror to look at her current appearance. It was a face with drooping black hair, and black eyes hidden by that hair. Cana thought to herself, the last time she saw this face was when she was 14, compared to then, she was more mature now. But this was still her real face. Thinking back to the white-haired man Cana didn't recognize at first. Cana realized things were not good at all. With no other choice, she was determined to change. She couldn't live like the old Cana anymore. Whatever this strange thing was. She wouldn't sit still and endure it. I've got Duke Sylvian figured out. I'll just slowly capture his heart like back then. Reading from Juhua's diary while living in Cana's body. Cana angrily slammed her hand on the diary. It was a diary written in Korean. For the past 12 years, Juhua and Cana had swapped bodies. Cana, also known as Juhua, had an exchange with Duke Sylvian. Juhua confidently told Sylvian he could take advantage of her. Sylvian, puzzled, asked her what she meant. Juhua, smiling brightly, expressed her desire to sign a marriage contract with Sylvian. If he married her, Sylvian would escape the royal family's grasp and wouldn't have to marry the second princess. Cana slammed the diary even harder in anger. Frustrated, wondering why she signed a marriage contract with that devil. What good was a handsome face? What good were elegant looks? Cana remembered that after transmigrating, Juhua had fallen in love at first sight with Sylvian. She tried everything to win his heart. Unfortunately, these attempts all backfired. Despite deliberately seducing Sylvian, he remained indifferent. Sylvian, filled with disgust, looked at her and said if he had known Juhua was this kind of woman, he would never have agreed to marry her. Juhua was heartbroken. She wrote everything down in her diary, refusing to give up. Cana realized with a headache, while Juhua was crying and clinging to Sylvian's leg, Cana suddenly transmigrated back, hence why she ended up on the floor, as she was at the beginning. Trying to regain her composure, Cana thought about how to deal with the current situation. After 12 years, Cana was now 26, and Juhua must have returned to her own life. She, who only knew how to obsess over Sylvian, now had to go back to work and earn a living. Cana feared that the career she had built under the name Juhua would be ruined by her. Cana reassured herself that since she retained Juhua's memories during the transmigration, surely she would still remember the Oriental medicine knowledge, right? Cana suddenly panicked, remembering her online business. In Juhua's body, she had studied pharmacy, became interested in plants, and conducted various experiments with natural handmade soaps, scented candles, and perfumes. Initially, it was just a small hobby, but then she started selling them online. Orders had recently been increasing. Cana worriedly held her head and cried out, "Don't ruin my shop, Juhua." Thinking about returning to Juhua's life. Remembering the scene of her family gathered together. Cana's sadness became apparent. She told herself, I have to stay calm, being depressed won't solve anything. Thinking about how Sylvian Valentino treated her like dirt. She knew what she had to do next. She would divorce him. Cana thought she would discuss the divorce when he returned tomorrow evening. Surely Sylvian would be very happy to hear her bring it up, right? But Cana realized there was an even bigger problem, her father, Duke Alexandro. Women's rights in this world were lower than in South Korea, so women needed their father's approval for a divorce. But her father was a cruel man. Cana could imagine his harsh words if he heard about her desire for a divorce. He would probably call her the family's disgrace and tell her to die at the Valentino family estate. She suddenly thought that if it were Juhua's father, he would be angry and protect his daughter. Depressed, she lay on the bed. Cana decided to take a nap to regain her spirits. Maybe everything that was happening was just a nightmare. The scene shifted to Cana's childhood. She innocently asked her father what her mother was like. Contrary to Cana's expectations, her father became angry. Cana fearfully recoiled. He loudly warned her, yelling at her never to mention that woman. At that moment, Cana realized the painful truth. Her father hated her mother, and her as well. That's why her family always ignored the insults. Isn't it that child? The one with the black fog hair. Is that your younger sister, Osini? Cana's childhood was filled with curses from everyone, even when she pleaded with them. But they seemed to only see her as trash. Suddenly, she woke up from the nightmare. Beside Cana, an old servant was holding a basin of water and pouring it on her. The servant stared, calling Cana madam, and asking what time it was that she was still lying there. Cana wiped the water from her face, vaguely realizing she had just been dreaming. She was still at Duke Valentino's mansion. Cana was dazed, hoping what was happening in reality was just a nightmare. Suddenly, the servant angrily yelled, "Are you deaf? I told you to get up." Cana coldly glanced at her. She smiled and asked her name. Remembering how every time the servant woke Cana up before, she would slap and scold her for sleeping late again. But in response, Cana would just endure it, smiling apologetically and thanking her for waking her up. But this time, Cana smiled coldly and asked for her name. The servant frowned, puzzled, not knowing what Cana was thinking. The servant asserted her authority again, shouting, "Is there something wrong with Madam's head?" She said her name was Marie and told Cana to quickly get up and greet the mistress. Cana smiled and said, "No." The servant asked, confused, "What did you just say?" Cana looked directly at her, contemptuously replying, "I will not go greet the mistress." The servant angrily asked, "What are you saying, madam?" In response, Cana asked, "Who is madam?" Cana confidently told her, "I am Duchess Valentino, and I am the mistress of this mansion, so you should address me as mistress." The servant was shocked, unable to believe what she had just heard. She thought irritably, "It seems like Cana is pretending to be a noble. She's just a duchess ignored by her husband. Her family has turned their backs on her. So she's a symbol of misfortune and disgrace." Thinking of this, she scoffed and said she only considered Josephine the mistress of this mansion. Cana silently looked at her and said, "Give me the flower vase." Without waiting for her to react, Cana snatched the vase from her hands, coldly asking, "There's water in this, right?" Then Cana immediately poured all the water onto the servant and called her an insolent wretch. Cana called for someone outside the door to bring in a cane, to the servant's astonishment. Cana took the cane, called the servant by her full name and ordered her to kneel. The servant gritted her teeth in anger, then shouted, "What are you doing, madam? I've been here longer than you and am the only one Mistress Josephine trusts." Cana calmly replied, telling her she was just a servant, a crazy maid who dared to splash water on her master. While she was the duchess, the mistress of the family, so she had the right to discipline her. Putting the cane under her chin, Cana ordered her to kneel. Seeing Marie's reluctance, Cana continued, saying that if she didn't kneel, the other servants would be punished as well. She had to take responsibility for improperly educating the other maids. Cana threatened her, telling her to choose between being punished alone or being punished along with all the servants in the mansion. The servant trembled, clutching her dress. Her face flushed with anger. Seeing this, Cana felt satisfied that she was fiercer than before. She suddenly remembered the words of her mother from the modern world when she swapped bodies with Juhua. "When you punish someone, make sure they deserve it." Remembering this, Cana resolutely struck the servant with the cane. The sudden pain shocked her. Cana struck her a second time with the cane. The servant endured the pain in shock, as Cana coldly swung the cane a third time. Only when the servant cried and begged for forgiveness did Cana stop. Cana made her list all the wrong things she had done to her. Glaring, she forced the servant to change her address from madam to mistress. Cana warned that if she acted insolently again, it wouldn't end with just 3 strikes. She ordered her to get out. The resentful servant glanced back at her as she left. Seeing this, Cana thought, not unexpectedly, she won't change after just one beating. Cana, with a headache, called Juhua's name. In Juhua's body, Cana had made her life better. Cana helped her become an Oriental medicine doctor, and enrolled her in a prestigious university. Moreover, she even had a perfect boyfriend. But Juhua had disrupted Cana's life. The scene shifted to Juhua living in Cana's body. A life of being looked down upon. Despite being a noble, she wasn't respected and was subjected to malicious words. People stared at her with ill intentions. A loud shout brought Cana back to reality. A blonde woman entered and asked what she was doing. This woman was Countess Josephine. She frowned and asked why Cana wasn't behaving properly. This woman was Cana's mother-in-law and Sylvian's stepmother. She irritably asked if Cana had forgotten the greeting rules. Cana remembered those rules. Every day at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m., these were the times to greet Josephine. She had never dared to dream of going out freely. However, Juhua, while in Cana's body, always followed this rule, thinking she might receive even a small amount of affection. Cana sadly said to herself, Juhua, we can't be like this anymore. We shouldn't expect anything from people who see us as animals. We have to realize the appropriate way to live. Cana gently replied to Josephine, I won't forget. But I don't want to do it. Regarding Josephine, she was Sylvian's stepmother, who lost his mother at the age of 10. She remained in the mansion even after the previous Duke's death, and acted like the mistress. To maintain her position, she tormented and treated both Cana and Juhua like animals. Hearing Cana's response, her face darkened, and she asked what she had just said. Cana replied that she would no longer greet her. Looking at Josephine and Marie, Cana realized Marie would do anything to gain Josephine's trust. Josephine angrily shouted that these were the rules of this family, and since Cana married her son, she had to obey them. Cana gently lowered her mother-in-law's hand. She retorted, causing Josephine to freeze, those rules are just your whims, aren't they? And speaking of family rules, aren't you ashamed of the long-standing history of the Valentino family? Josephine was too angry to respond. She ordered someone to seize Cana. She ordered them to bring a cane and take off Cana's dress. Cana remained calm, thinking, she's gone mad. Marie, the servant, gleefully prepared to lift Cana's dress, thinking, serves you right for messing with me. But Cana's actions surprised everyone. She lifted her dress herself, revealing her legs. Smiling defiantly, she said, go ahead and hit me, mother-in-law. Josephine couldn't believe what Cana had just said and furiously declared she would punish her herself. Hearing this, Cana laughed loudly. She questioned Josephine, using a cane to hit your daughter-in-law, is this really befitting the reputation of a prestigious family? Duke Valentino must be very proud of your rules. Hearing Valentino's name, Josephine became even more furious, yelling at Cana for her insolence. She struck Cana hard on the leg. While hitting her, she scolded Cana for her lack of manners. Cana painfully endured these blows. The servants outside, hearing the commotion, gathered to watch. Marie watched with satisfaction as Cana was beaten. Cana endured the pain, telling herself not to scream. Absolutely not letting them see a reaction that would satisfy them. Marie looked at Cana as if she were crazy. She couldn't understand how Cana could change so much overnight. Beaten to the point of losing a piece of flesh from her calf, Cana should have been clutching her dress and begging for forgiveness. Josephine was getting tired, but Cana still stubbornly refused to admit fault. Suddenly, Cana's body trembled. Cana said she wasn't feeling well. Josephine smirked, thinking Cana was finally admitting her mistake. But Cana smiled and looked up, saying, I shouldn't do anything I don't want to do from the start. Why should I live by mortgaging my time to you? As someone staying as a guest in my mansion, aren't you embarrassed? Seeing Cana not begging for forgiveness, but talking back instead, Josephine trembled and asked who Cana was calling a guest. Cana calmly replied, I am Duke Sylvian's legal wife. This mansion is passed down to the Duke and Duchess. You should have moved out a long time ago. Thinking of everyone greeting her with the title of Duchess Valentino. That greeting would now be transferred to Cana. Josephine glared at her, yelling, how dare you treat me like a guest? Cana fell to the side, lying on the floor, surprising both Josephine and Marie. Cana's eyes remained fixed on Josephine. Seeing this, Josephine ordered that Cana not be treated or given medicine until she admitted her mistake. Cana fainted from exhaustion. That evening at the Valentino family mansion, Josephine was still fuming about the earlier incident. She cursed Cana, calling her an insolent, ignorant half-breed who only knew how to hide her face with her black hair, and had no shame. She thought that if the second princess had become Sylvian's wife as planned, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Josephine bit her nails, worried about losing all her power in this family. Because they weren't blood-related, Sylvian didn't give her anything. Someone like Cana dared to treat her as a guest in the mansion. She decided to kill Cana. Josephine thought, Cana has a wounded calf and a high fever. If left untreated, she'll get sick and either die or become crippled. Thinking of this, she smiled with satisfaction. While contemplating the plan to marry the princess to Sylvian, she received news from a servant that Duke Valentino was coming to see her. Before she could prepare, the Duke walked in. She greeted Sylvian, asking what he was doing here so late at night. She was bewildered because Sylvian didn't usually visit her. Surely he wasn't coming because of Cana, right? Sylvian ignored her words and walked straight inside. She tried to cordially invite Sylvian to sit. Smiling, she asked if he was thirsty and offered to prepare tea. Sylvian continued to look at her coldly. Instead of directly answering Josephine's questions, he said, "I heard some strange news today." Josephine looked at Sylvian, slightly stunned. Worried that Cana had said something to him. Sylvian said, "About the second princess's birthday party. I heard you confirmed that I would attend." Hearing this, she was relieved that Sylvian wasn't here because of Cana. She smiled and said, "Yes, Princess Liulian was looking forward to it, so I promised you would come." Thinking this was a good opportunity for the two of them to meet. Sylvian remained silent. Coldly looking at her, he asked, "Promised?" Josephine was frightened by Sylvian's gaze. Sylvian asked, "Do you have the right to do that?" Her face paled. Digging her fingers into her hand, she nervously replied, "The princess hasn't seen you in a long time. She said she misses you very much." Sylvian told her to be the princess's confidant, as that was where her authority lay, wasn't it? Sylvian stood up and said he was leaving. The scene returned to Cana lying on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling parched. Not knowing how long she had been unconscious, her whole body was burning up. Cana tried to sit up, but pain shot through her. She lifted her dress to examine the wound on her leg. "This is horrible, my leg looks like a rag. I'm really in pain." She thought, if this continues, my leg will get inflamed and fester. Without disinfection, the risk of infection is very high. In the worst case, the nerves in my leg could be damaged, even leading to death. Cana forced herself to sit up, thinking about how her mother-in-law wanted her without medicine, without any care. She chuckled coldly, not surprised in the slightest. The people here treat other people's lives like ants. But I'm sorry. This much. I'm still more than capable of treating myself. Cana found a bottle of alcohol and some rags. She looked at the wound and began disinfecting it. Cana knew it would be very painful, but she reassured herself that she could endure it. Looking up towards the balcony, Cana seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute, what is that?" Opening the door and going out onto the balcony, smelling the scent and seeing the shape of the tree, she confirmed she wasn't mistaken. This is a camphor tree. It's one of the species used as herbal medicine in Korea, usable from the wood to the bark and leaves. A specific herb for reducing bruises and inflammation. Cana wondered, but camphor trees only grow on the eastern continent. How did it end up here on the western continent, right outside my room? Recalling memories from Juhua. Her mother-in-law had someone plant the tree obtained from the eastern continent to show off to the aristocracy. She told the servants that without a magic stone, the tree would die living in a different climate. So, the tree's life was prolonged by the magic stone because of its foul odor. Looking up at the large camphor tree, Cana wondered if this was a good thing for her. Cana decided to use the leaves to treat her wound. She told herself she could do it. Pouring alcohol on the wound. Cana gritted her teeth, enduring the pain it caused. "Endure it. I can't faint now." After excruciating pain, she finally bandaged the wound. She had done everything she could. Lying exhausted on the floor, she thought, there are no antibiotics or vaccines here. If I were in Korea, I wouldn't be suffering like this. Thinking about being in Korea. Those cruel people would be arrested, and I could be taken to the hospital by ambulance. Or if I had a first aid kit, I could bandage myself. My family would come running to comfort me. Mom would advise me, in times of danger, tears don't solve anything, they only make you weaker. Each thought made Cana inevitably miss that life. She really wanted to go back, but she couldn't. Although lonely and sad, Cana accepted the truth. She was determined to survive in this world. In the mansion's hallway, Duke Sylvian was informed about what had happened that day. The man reporting to Sylvian said that Cana was seriously injured, and it would be very dangerous to leave her like that. Hearing the report, Sylvian calmly replied, "All matters in this household, big or small, are managed by Countess Josephine." After saying that, Sylvian turned and left. The man reporting could only obey and leave Cana alone. It seemed Josephine's prediction was entirely accurate. Sylvian didn't care about Cana. His indifference to her possible death was no different from a death sentence for her. 10 days after Cana was tortured by Josephine and Marie. "Is this the food for Miss Cana?" Marie cautiously asked the maid. "Did she finish her lunch?" "Yes, she finished it all." Hearing the maid's reply, Marie was quite annoyed. "It's been 10 days, and she hasn't stepped outside. We've only seen empty bowls." She's tenacious. In the mansion's garden, Josephine asked Marie about Cana's condition. "Marie, how is Miss Cana doing?" Marie hesitantly replied, "It seems she's still alive, but we've ignored her quite severe wounds. She probably won't last much longer." Josephine seemed satisfied with Marie's answer. "All right. Are you sure no one is attending to her?" Marie replied, "Yes, I've reminded all the servants in the mansion that no one is allowed in or out of her room." Josephine sipped her tea, smiling. "I understand. Let me know if you have any good news." Marie stood beside her, covering her mouth with a smile. "You foolish girl, why did you bring this upon yourself by messing with me? How dare she touch Mary, the person the madam cherishes the most?" Humming as she walked, she gleefully thought, "Should I secretly check on her today? I won't be satisfied until I see that girl die with my own eyes." Suddenly, a maid came running, shouting, head maid." Marie scolded her, "Why are you running without looking? If the madam sees." The maid breathlessly replied, "Miss Cana." Marie's eyes widened. "What? Did that girl finally die?" She grinned. "Right." But contrary to her wishes, the maid looked panicked. Marie immediately asked, "What? What happened?" "You have to finish your sentence." A voice interrupted Marie's anticipation. "Sorry to disappoint you. But I'm still alive." Cana walked towards them, surprising Marie. Marie couldn't believe her eyes. "What? Am I seeing things? I clearly beat her like a dog. How is this possible?" Cana continued, "I guess you really wanted me dead, didn't you?" Marie was still lost in her thoughts. Why does her complexion look so much better? Without giving her a chance to explain, Cana ordered, "As the mistress of this mansion, I can't let this go. Bring me the whip." Elsewhere, after hearing the news, Josephine was furious. "Can't you do anything right? Who brought medicine to Cana?" The bearded man hastily explained, "No, madam, I've checked multiple times, but all the medicines are still in their recorded quantities." Josephine couldn't believe it. So, no medicine, no one attending to her. Then how can she walk on her own 2 feet, and have the strength to do that to Marie? Walking down the hallway, Josephine gasped, "Oh my God, Marie. Why is there so much blood on your legs? What the hell is going on here? Who dared to do this?" The maid beside her explained the situation, "Madam, actually, Miss Cana came earlier, punished her, and then left." Josephine's eyes widened. "What? Who did what?" She immediately stood up and turned around. "Never mind, I'll go see for myself." Arriving, she shouted, "Are you in there, Cana?" Bursting through the door, she saw Cana standing on the balcony. "It's been a while since you came to visit, mother." She looked Cana over. "What? She looks better than I thought." Then she asked, "Did you steal medicine from the doctor?" "How could I?" Cana replied, lifting her skirt to reveal her bandaged wound. "I haven't even set foot in an infirmary until now, let alone a pharmacy." My body hasn't been well, you know that. As she spoke, Cana recalled the time she sought treatment for her wound. Well, I did steal some herbs from the greenhouse instead. Smiling at Josephine, she added, don't tell me you're unhappy that I'm healthier now. Josephine gave an awkward laugh. Nonsense. If you were feeling better, you should have told everyone. I came here for something else, she continued, trying to regain her composure. How dare you strike someone in this mansion without my permission? Cana stared at her in silence for a moment. Marie wished me dead, Cana stated. She asked if I, Cana, had finally died, and then she clapped her hands in delight. Josephine cursed inwardly, Marie, you stupid fool. Did she say that loud enough for everyone to hear? When no one cared about Cana, if she were to die of illness, it would end quietly. She's a noble, after all. If it were discovered that someone intended to kill her, it would become a huge problem. Cana continued, it's true that Marie said that, so there wouldn't be any problem if I punished her more severely, right, mother? Josephine interjected, the punishment is enough. Marie is an excellent servant, who has dedicated herself to this mansion for decades. Cana calmly replied, I cannot live with a servant who wishes me dead. If you won't allow me to dismiss her, then I will leave. Josephine couldn't believe her ears. This was madness. Where could she possibly go, and who would accept her? But it seemed that this was a proposition Josephine was quite pleased with. Fine, have it your way. If you want to leave, then leave. Having achieved her goal, Cana said, I will leave as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. She turned away, a smile playing on her lips. It was difficult to be kicked out of her husband's house like this, wasn't it? Everything was well arranged, but now she had to clarify the matter of her being unjustly expelled. The next thing to do was to talk to Sylvian. He would support her, so it would end soon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, should she end it? Cana went to the Duke's room. She knocked. Your Grace, it's Cana. May I come in? A voice from inside responded, come in, Miss Cana. Cana had expected Sylvian to ignore her, but he called her Miss Cana, not treating her like a duchess at all. She boldly opened the door and called, Your Grace. Seeing the sight before her, Cana's eyes widened. Sylvian, with his white hair. He was sitting on the bed, wearing a robe that revealed his wet upper body, as if he had just finished bathing. His lips curved slightly. What brings you to me so late at night, Miss Cana? Cana was startled by Sylvian's appearance. It was a face that, even after seeing it 1,000 times, she couldn't get used to. After all, what was inside that shell was a cold-blooded person with a glamorous exterior. Even if his wife was mentally and physically tormented, he wouldn't care. She was afraid she would die at the hands of such a man. Regaining her composure, Cana addressed Sylvian, I don't know if you've heard, but surely you've heard the news. Your mother tried to kill me. Sylvian remained indifferent. Countess Josephine. She doesn't have the strength to kill someone with a whip. Seeing Sylvian's reaction, Cana affirmed that he knew everything that was going on, yet he was so shameless. Even though you knew I was seriously injured, you still didn't act. Sylvian, with an indifferent expression, replied, Is there any reason for me to do so? Cana was now furious. I am your wife, Your Grace. Your wife could have been beaten to death by your mother, but you pretend not to know anything. Sylvian retorted, so? Cana froze. It was the face she had seen countless times in Li Juhua's memories. Curved eyes, a slightly upturned mouth, a gentle voice, and a deadly gaze. He continued, Aren't you still alive, standing right in front of me? So what's the problem? Cana had forgotten that Sylvian was such a man. Even if she fainted and vomited blood now, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. Cana couldn't understand. Li Juhua grew up surrounded by love, so why did she endure this man for 7 years? How heartbroken would her mother be if she knew? Cana bit her lip, speaking in pain. If that's the case, why did you marry me in the first place? Even if our marriage is only contractual, marriage is still marriage. You, Your Grace, agreed to take me as your wife. So shouldn't there be at least minimal respect? The scene shifts to a large mansion. The gatekeeper speaks, these are Duke Addis's orders. He told me absolutely not to open the gate if Lady Valentino comes to visit. Please return to the Valentino mansion. Cana was disheartened. She knew it would be like this. It was even worse than she thought. The entrance was completely blocked in case his daughter returned. Duke Alexandro Addis, her father, seemed to have completely abandoned her. Cana sighed. She had long since stopped considering the Duke as her father, but in order to get a divorce, they had to meet. Everything would probably change if her hair were a different color. To explain why black was considered unlucky, one had to go back a long, long time ago, to a time when the southern continent was still called the land of magic. A time when everyone took daily prosperity and peace for granted. One day, a black fog suddenly appeared. Wherever it touched, life withered away. Natural disasters were rampant. The world was shrouded in black all day long, and people had to abandon their homelands. At this time, the survivors of the disaster were evacuated to the western continent and settled there. It could be said that this was the beginning of the civilization that had spanned about 1,000 years to the present day. However, the western continent was not entirely safe. Although smaller than the southern continent, there was still black fog here. Many strange things emerged from the black fog, amorphous masses, objects, and monsters. Things that didn't originally exist in this world. They were ferocious and uncontrollable predators. If a person accidentally touched the black fog, they would become infected. Infection caused people to gradually lose their will and turn into monsters. They would cannibalize their fellow humans. It was said that the hair and eyes of the infected were as black as the fog. So, when people saw Cana's black hair, they were terrified, driving her away, giving her looks of disgust. Of course, no one listened to a hateful person. Back in Sylvian's room, Cana said, I married you, but I didn't force you to treat me like a wife. It was fine then, but not now. Even if it's a contractual marriage. I can't continue living like this. I don't know if you've heard this, but your mother kicked me out. I'm leaving this place and returning to my family. Sylvian reacted slightly. You said you're leaving. You're really leaving, Miss Cana. You want to leave me? Go ahead, do it. Cana said she would request a divorce with her father's permission. Fine, I'll wait for you. Hearing the cold words from Sylvian, Cana became even angrier. You bastard. He looked like he didn't believe her at all. Did he think she was trying to get his attention? She had knelt and begged, cried and pleaded, so he didn't believe she would leave. Just wait and see. She would definitely divorce him. Standing in front of the Addis family mansion gate, Cana thought, to do that, I have to get in first. Should I climb over the gate and grab the Duke's pants and beg? While thinking of a way to enter, Cana suddenly heard the sound of a carriage. It was a black carriage. The coachman shouted. The young master has returned. Please open the gate. Cana turned around in astonishment. If it was the young master. The second son of the Addis family. Callen Addis. And inside the carriage, there was a little girl. Why was she covering her face? The red-haired man, Callen, interrupted Cana's thoughts. I didn't expect to see you here. What are you doing at the Addis mansion? Duchess Valentino. The scene shifts to inside the carriage on the way back to the Addis mansion. Callen sat in the carriage with a headache. Let's rest today, Lucy. We'll find a new doctor tomorrow. Lucy sat silently, not responding to Callen's words. He called her name again. Lucy said sadly, even if we find a new doctor, there's no hope. Callen was silent, saddened by Lucy's words. Lucy Addis was the youngest daughter of the Addis family, currently 7 years old. Her condition was so rare that everyone gossiped and pointed at her. Oh my, look at that. Isn't that little girl terrifying? Isn't she a demon? She had seen many doctors, but all she received were shakes of their heads. I'm sorry, There's nothing more we can do. I think there's no other choice but to go to the temple. Although Callen thought it was an absurd method, it was the last resort. But what should he do next? He still had a lot to deal with, and now he had to face this stupid face. Back in the present, Callen said with disgust, "If you have nothing to do, you'd better go back. We're going in." Lucy stepped out of the carriage. She suddenly stumbled. At that moment, both Callen and Cana turned to look. Lucy hurriedly pulled her hood back over her face. But Cana had caught a glimpse of her face. Seeing this, Callen warned her. "If you dare breathe a word of what you just saw, I won't spare you." Cana didn't seem to be afraid of the threat. She calmly asked Callen, "Is the treatment progressing well? What did the doctor do? Has her condition been cured? And how long has it been since this condition appeared? Did you start treating her immediately after discovering it? Let me help you. I'll try to treat Lucy. In return, let me stay here for a while." Callen became angry. Even the most renowned names in the Western continent couldn't do anything. "Do you think you can?" Callen seemed to be going crazy. "What do you know? This is not the time for jokes." He gritted his teeth at Cana. Cana gently called, "Callen, Addis, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Don't you want her to recover quickly? Besides, I said I might be able to cure her. Let me ask you one last time, what is it that you desire?" Cana's calm gaze and composure made Callen think again. What if she really knew something? Even if it was the smallest chance to make Lucy feel better. Callen decided to let Cana in. Cana asked him to prepare acupuncture needles for her. Callen wondered what those were. She explained, "It's like a needle, a very important tool, and it has to be made precisely to the size and shape I require. Give it to a magic stone craftsman, and tell him to use the highest quality stone." Callen was full of doubt. Acupuncture needles. Can they really work? Did I put my faith in the right person? Well, it's better than going to the temple. The temple was the sanctuary of the gods who helped purify the Western continent by the World Tree, and it enjoyed diplomatic privileges where imperial law did not apply. Although sacred, it also contained transcendence, so it was a dangerous place, and one could not enter or leave at will. There was no expectation of social order there. He couldn't let Lucy go to such a strange place. All right, even if it feels like grasping at straws, it's still much better than sending her there. Callen asked Cana if she had studied medicine. She replied, "I delved into the field of alchemy, which is also related to healing. Somehow, I learned how to heal." Callen was skeptical. Alchemy related to healing. That's a first for me. Cana had prepared for this question. It is related. At least the alchemy I learned is. Now I'll go check on Lucy's condition. Callen carefully observed Cana's demeanor. He still didn't quite believe her words, but her upright posture and confident attitude, no longer hesitant or stuttering. Even though 7 years had passed, it was as if Cana had become a completely different person. Cana gently approached the bed. "Lucy, are you all right? You don't have to be afraid. Come out for a bit." Seeing Lucy trembling and hiding under the covers, Cana gently comforted her. "It's okay, Lucy. You're just a little sick. If you take your medicine and get proper treatment, you'll be fine." Lucy replied sadly, but the other doctors couldn't do anything. Cana reassured her, "I've met people with the same illness as you, Lucy. I've cured them, and you'll be healthy just like them." Hearing Cana's words, Lucy slowly emerged from under the covers. She revealed her face. All the previous doctors were horrified by her condition. That reaction must have hurt Lucy, Callen thought. "Cana, if you dare hurt Lucy like that, I will definitely not let you off." Contrary to what Callen thought, Cana calmly talked to Lucy. "Come on, try blinking. Let's see if you can. Now, let's move to your other eye. Lucy, how does it feel? Your left eye can't close, right?" Callen was surprised by this scene. He didn't think Cana could be so calm, as if it were just an ordinary illness that would go away in a moment. Cana turned to him and asked, "Does Lucy often get sick?" Callen replied, "She occasionally gets sick, but I've never seen her this seriously ill." Cana's next question startled Callen slightly. Did she have a cough or fever before this condition appeared? He replied, "Lucy had a fever once when she fell into the water during a boating accident. However, I didn't see her get sick after that, and she quickly recovered." Cana said, "No." She continued to ask Lucy, "Did you have an earache afterward? Do you hear a rumbling sound in your ear, Lucy?" Callen had never heard Lucy mention such a condition before. If he didn't know, who would? There was no way Lucy wouldn't tell him about her condition. Lucy now honestly replied, "Yes, I feel that way." Just as Cana suspected. Leaving Lucy's room, Cana said, "Fortunately, this is a treatable disease if properly addressed." Callen was puzzled. When she mentioned her earache, "You seemed to understand exactly what she was hiding. Was it because of my mood?" Cana turned coldly. "That's not the issue. I don't think everything can be shared with you." She recalled memories of their childhood. "You're so annoying, get out of the way. There's a book that fell in the garden. Go pick it up. Hurry up, like a dog. Little sister, don't talk to me. You smell like trash." Cana continued to answer Callen's question. "If it were me, I'd be the same. I heard Lucy went to the doctor's office." If that's the case, and she still says it hurts, that's really insensitive. Maybe she's afraid of hearing people say she's faking it. Callen denied it. "That can't be true. I always make sure Lucy can live comfortably in this mansion." Cana thought, "That's right, Callen. Since you were born, you've always been taken care of. How can you empathize with the anxiety and feelings of others? You'll never understand these words." She asked Callen, "Are you the only one living in this house? The maid's illegitimate daughter is Lucy, right? No matter how well you treat her. Not everyone in this family is the same. Your brother, your sister, your mother. Do you think you can live without caring about their gazes?" The two stared at each other in silence. Cana was a little embarrassed. "Nothing to say, huh? Can we continue this topic? But it's good. He cares so much about his half-sibling. But not for his half-sister, me. Sister. If you're sick, get out of the way, don't block the road. Please, no one's happy with a sick person wandering around. Lock yourself in your room and don't let me see you. You used to treat me like discarded trash. Now you're trying to be a kind brother. I'm taking advantage of you to have a place to stay, but you're still a hateful bastard." Cana spoke up. "Open the library. I have something to look for." She thought about the treatment. Lucy had symptoms of fever, cough, and earache due to a viral infection. The typical first symptom was facial paralysis. The main problem now was the ingredients for treatment. Fortunately, the medicines used in Korea were also available here, in the form of Eastern medicinal herbs. Lucy and I are lucky. If the cause of the illness was related to the brain, given the medical equipment here, it would probably be difficult to treat. It's impossible to diagnose it like a brain MRI or blood test. The accommodation issue was smoothly resolved. Callen asked her, "The Eastern medicinal herbs, do you think they'll work?" The Eastern continent was discovered by the Debor Kingdom. It's an unknown continent, only discovered 10 years ago. There's very little information known about Eastern continental medicine. At most, it's just tea leaves that have some effect. Cana pondered, "It's said to be good for anemia if you brew peony roots from the Eastern continent and drink it." Right, that's all the knowledge they have here. Health teas, at the level of folk remedies, are just a fad. When used together, it's a combination of ingredients that counteract each other. No one knows the mixture is the purpose of the treatment. Of course, that's the story of those who have never been an Oriental doctor. Cana assured Callen, "Don't worry, it's very effective." She handed Callen a piece of paper with the medicinal herbs listed to treat Lucy. Astragalus, Angelica dehurica, red peony, safflower, peach seed, and saffron. Is this correct? Cana inquired. There's no problem finding them, is there? Callen replied, no problem. He thought to himself, but there are some herbs I've never even heard of. Although not entirely trusting, he acknowledged, still, she diagnosed Lucy's symptoms that even I didn't know. Cana instructed, let me know when you have everything ready. In the meantime, I'll go down to the laboratory. My room and the laboratory are still there, right? Cana was surprised by the answer. Your room has remained untouched for 7 years. Callen stated calmly, it's the same. Father locked it so no one could enter. Do you have the key? Cana slowly stepped into her old room, unchanged since Juhua married and left. It's like time has stopped. I thought Duke Alexandro cleared everything out immediately. Why is it still intact? Like it's longing for its owner. As if waiting for her return at any moment. A chill ran down Cana's spine. That can't be right. There must be some mistake. Why would the Duke deliberately keep traces of me? He clearly hates me. Let's go to the underground laboratory. Wow, this place is the same too. If there's one thing I love most about returning to my original body, it's being able to practice alchemy again. This familiar smell of old books. Originally, magic stones were an essential component of alchemy, but it's a shame they don't exist in Korea. Cana seemed to find comfort. She smiled happily, looking at the books. My friends, are you all doing well? These were what she spent her time with during her childhood. In this vast mansion, they were her only companions. Hugging the books, Cana murmured, it's been a while. Suddenly, she sensed danger. A familiar sign. Cana had a bad premonition. Not Callen, not a servant. The worst possible presence. The person walked in and sneered, hey, you piece of trash. You really came back. You're home early. Young Master Osini. The red-haired man, Osini, said, I'm tired of that banquet. The same performances for days on end. Is Callen not home? The bearded man replied, about that. Actually, Duchess Valentino visited the mansion. Osini was shocked. What? Cana Valentino is here. Yes, I heard she's going to treat Miss Lucy. So, Callen went out to prepare the necessary items for the treatment. Osini struggled to contain his anger. Unless she's gone mad, how can she possibly know how to treat her? Why did you let trash into the house? Where is she now? In the laboratory below. He smirked, it really is you. Still with that disgusting black hair. Cana instantly recognized the familiar insulting tone. Since it was Callen's house, she had anticipated facing him. She just didn't expect it to be so soon. Her feet froze, rooted to the ground. Her fingertips began to tremble. The insults vividly replayed in her mind. Why don't you just die? Consider it dying for this family. You don't even dare to look up anymore. If you glare at me like that again, I'll kill you right here. Cana chuckled, a hint of amusement in her voice. You know, Osini. I'm really happy to see you again. Cana walked closer to Osini as she spoke. Honestly, I really missed you. He stared at her, eyes wide. Cana thought, you have no idea how determined I was to keep that vow. If we meet again, I will definitely make you pay for the wrongs you've committed, for trampling on me. Osini brushed Cana's hand away, scowling. What the hell are you talking about? Did you hit your head on the stairs at the Valentino mansion? When did father forbid you from entering this place? And you have the nerve to act like a doctor. And come here. Cana stepped closer, her voice sharp. Have you forgotten your place, you trash? Then let me help you remember. Osini lost his composure and gripped Cana's arm tightly. Trash? You? Looking at Cana so close, Osini hesitated. Childhood memories flashed through his mind. Cana interrupted his reverie. Too close, Osini. Startled, he stumbled back. What's this? Was it always like this? No way. Cana asked, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Don't you remember me at all? Osini was still flustered by the previous situation. Remember? Remember you? I remember you. Where did that come from? Stop talking nonsense and get out of this house. It reeks of trash. Cana calmly replied, I'll be staying here for a while to treat Lucy. Osini was irritated by Cana's answer. Is she crazy? How can she not be afraid at all? Seeing Cana turn away, he yelled, Hey, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a liquid splashed down. It soaked a part of Osini's shirt. What is this? He asked. Cana smirked. What else? I have to teach my naughty little brother some manners. Osini mumbled, unsure of what she was talking about. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation. He unbuttoned his shirt uncomfortably. It felt like burning. A burn-like mark appeared where the liquid had touched him. Cana looked smug. This is one of the medicines I concocted when I was young. It's a liquid that burns the flesh without shedding any blood. It's a special medicine I researched. If you don't use the neutralizing agent I created, this pain will continue. Oh, and it leaves a scar too. She made an offer. If you apologize to me now, I might give you the neutralizing agent. You wouldn't want to be like this for the rest of your life, would you? Osini's face contorted in pain. Damn it, you piece of trash. Meanwhile, at the royal banquet. Excuse me, Your Grace, a messenger announced. I've received an urgent letter from the mansion. The red-haired man read the contents of the letter. Cana Addis has returned. Callen's face darkened. What in the world happened? Cana replied, Osini tried to attack me, so I struck first. Callen asked her, is this what you concocted? Cana confirmed, it is. I made it when I was 14, along with the neutralizer. I clearly stated that if he apologized, I would give him the neutralizer. But in the end, he was stubborn and fainted. Callen stared blankly as she spoke. Cana continued, have you prepared all the herbs and acupuncture needles I requested? Callen replied that they would be delivered at night. Cana seemed slightly surprised. That's rather quick. Let me know when everything is complete. Callen agreed. All right. As for my brother, I'll send someone over. Cana replied indifferently, fine, and left without further concern. Callen remained silent, lost in thought. She said she concocted that at 14. Osini, one of the best swordsmen of the empire, capable of shattering a boulder, was easily defeated by that medicine. At the age of 14. To create such a weapon. Unbelievable. Someone so talented. Why did she endure living like that until now? No, that person has changed. With such resolute eyes, she didn't even hesitate to retaliate. After some time, the acupuncture needles were delivered to Cana. Cana picked one up gently. Examining it, she thought approvingly, well made. She mused, acupuncture can clear blocked blood flow. It allows blood to circulate throughout the body. Using magic stone needles would be the most effective for treatment. A very expensive acupuncture method. I've also accurately measured the herbs and divided them by type. Just one more thing left. She handed Callen a piece of paper. Now, stamp this. Callen looked surprised. A contract. Are you doubting what I said? Cana retorted sharply. I just want to be sure. Callen sighed in exasperation, giving in. He stamped the contract, muttering, you must treat Lucy as promised. Cana picked up the contract, satisfied. Of course. Then let's begin the treatment. Quickly and efficiently, she instructed Lucy. Please tie your hair up to expose the back of your neck. All right, now lie down. Good job. I'll begin now. Relax. Just as Cana was about to insert the needle, she heard a shout. Stop. Callen approached suspiciously. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Are you trying to stab her soft flesh? Lucy, hearing this, looked frightened. Stab me? Cana stated firmly, I'm in the process of treating her. Step aside. Callen continued his questioning, you call that treatment? Cana's voice turned cold. Shall I stop then? I'll stop the treatment and end it. Callen lowered his head slightly, his voice soft. Honestly, I've never seen this treatment method anywhere before. Cana replied, I told you, this is a therapy I discovered while studying alchemy. Didn't you trust me and entrust me with this responsibility? I can only proceed if you have faith. Choose one. There's no such thing as a half-hearted attitude in this world. Callen fell silent, pondering. The pressures faced by the Addis family, a duchess unable to secure her rightful place among the nobility. Wasn't that Cana's story? What have I missed and not known all this time? Can I trust the person before me now, and her abilities? Using acupuncture on delicate skin seems like a nonsensical treatment, but looking at her confidence, my expectations have risen somewhat. He hesitated. His arm relaxed slightly. I trust you. Please continue. Cana turned around coldly. All right. Step back and don't hinder me any further. Inwardly, she was incredibly frustrated. This whole situation was irritating. Because of this, the child is scared. If she's tense, her muscles will tighten, causing more pain. Cana gently called out to Lucy. I'm sure you'll recover soon, so trust my method and cooperate with me, okay? Can you do that? Lucy looked dazed, tears welling up in her eyes. Can I really get better? You're the first person to tell me that. I'm so happy. I trust you. Cana smiled, inwardly praising her. She's so cute, and speaks so maturely. She resumed her work. Good. Then lie face down again, and expose your neck. A while later, Lucy sat up on the bed, her speech slightly slurred. Callen noticed that the tension in Lucy's lips had lessened. Cana encouraged her, see? You can do it. Trusting me was the right decision. She thought to herself, I didn't expect her to recover so quickly. The magic stone's healing effects are much greater than expected. Anyway, she'll fully recover in a few days. Please brew the herbal packets and have her drink them every day. Callen nodded beside her. I understand. Cana turned around. All right, that concludes today's treatment. I'm going to sleep. As she walked away, she turned back when she heard Callen call her. What? Callen's expression looked troubled. He turned his face away slightly, saying, It's nothing. Rest well. Cana didn't bother, continuing to walk away coldly. Then I'll be going. As she walked, she thought that Callen. Judging by his reaction, he must have many questions. And it's true, I'm completely different from the Cana of 7 years ago. But I'm not curious anymore. The words he was about to say, the Addis family. Nothing in this world. When I was young, I wanted to be recognized as a member of this family. Now, it doesn't matter anymore. They don't like me anyway, and I don't bother trying to get along with them anymore. Lying in bed, wanting to sleep, Cana remembered she should change her clothes. She had seen countless times how they changed, just like now. The cruel face of the woman shrieked, Why aren't you getting up yet? Cana retorted coldly, Honestly, how many times has this happened? It was Cana's stepmother, the lady of the Addis household. She yelled at Cana, Did you do this to Osini? How dare you do this to my son? She slapped Cana again. Cana thought to herself, still loves her son as always. She asked coldly, Shouldn't we talk first? Why resort to violence without any explanation? Chloe raged, What kind of attitude is this? A voice interrupted. Stop. Callen appeared unexpectedly. Mother, what are you doing? Chloe replied, I have something to ask her. What's going on? Wasn't Cana kicked out of here before? Is Osini injured anywhere? Cana interjected, kicked out. I just left after I got married. Chloe stammered, that. Callen cut in, she's back. She's my guest, so please be polite, mother. Chloe suppressed her anger. Cana, you're a guest. It's been a while. But I can't say I'm happy to see you again in this situation. Cana responded indifferently, same here. Chloe continued, Osini is in a lot of pain right now, and only you have the antidote. Stop tormenting him and give me the antidote. Cana smirked. That? It would have been nice if you had apologized for what you did earlier. Chloe flinched. Then, lifting her skirt, she bowed slightly. I apologize. It was my fault. I won't do it again. Cana was slightly surprised, thinking, apologizing so quickly. She's gotten older and more experienced. Smarter than Osini. She stood up. If you say so, then. I understand. Here. Apply it drop by drop, and the wound will heal. She handed Chloe a small bottle. She mused, Osini should have apologized directly, but it doesn't really matter. Osini doesn't hold much value to me. That was just to vent my anger. Chloe asked excitedly, is this the antidote? You should come along. It's only right to treat the wound you caused yourself. Cana smiled inwardly. It seems she doesn't quite trust my antidote. She replied, right. Take me to Osini's room. They went to Osini's room together. Upon seeing Cana, he gritted his teeth. You filthy trash. Cana responded coldly, keep talking. Who knows, I might just break this bottle too. Just shut up. It'll be over soon. Osini's expression shifted slightly. Cana asked, does it hurt? Do you trust me? Are you sure this medicine will penetrate your skin without burning your heart? Chloe, standing behind them, couldn't help but interject. She grabbed Cana's arm. What do you mean by that? Cana glanced at her, thinking, what? It was just advice to be more careful in the future. She shrugged. I was joking. Is that enough to make a skilled swordsman like Osini tremble in fear? Then, she quickly got to work. She poured the medicine onto Osini's chest. The wound closed immediately. Chloe and her son's faces paled as they witnessed this. Chloe's eyes widened. The wound healed instantly. Even if it's an antidote. Cana. She actually knows how to concoct it using alchemy. Wasn't that just the useless hobby of a good-for-nothing child? Cana got up from the bed. She walked out of the room coldly, saying, done, isn't it? The pain is gone now. I'm going back to sleep. She grumbled inwardly, disturbed while sleeping. I need to rest well. If they wake me up one more time. At that moment, Cana stopped breathing. Things weren't going her way at all. Why was Alexandro Addis here? Alexandro reached out his hand, gently placing it on Cana's face. Calling her name, Cana Addis. Cana's face paled in disbelief. What was this? He had never laid a finger on her before. What was this hand? Wait, he just called her Cana Addis, not Valentino. At that moment, Alexandro opened his mouth and asked, you back? Cana regained her composure and replied, it's been a while, father. She sighed inwardly. She didn't want to call him that at all. Why did she suddenly do it? Calm down first. Now, someone could chase her away. Thinking that, she spoke up, I'll explain. I stayed here because the mother and daughter were also looking over. Chloe thought in surprise, he always forbids Cana from coming here, but now he's not kicking her out immediately and even listening to her. It's like he's actually listening to what Cana has to say. Cana finished her explanation. That's why I'm here. It's for Luce's treatment, so please don't scold Callen. Alexandro's silence was suspiciously quiet in response. It made Cana wonder, what's this? Say something. If you're going to scold me, do it quickly. Very quickly, Alexandro spoke, all right. Do as you please. Before Cana could understand, he turned and left. She froze in place. Do as you please. What did that mean? It wasn't, if you want to die, then do as you please, was it? One day after the Duke shocked the Addis family, Isabel's angry voice rang out, tell me again, what happened while I was away? Did Cana come back? Isabel Addis, Callen's twin sister. Finally, all members of the Addis family were gathered under one roof. Isabel reminisced, 7 years ago, when my sister got married, I thought I would never see her again. Before my father's warning not to appear before the nobles, everyone rumored that she was severely abused at her husband's house. Thanks to her, I felt so happy. It's better not to have a sister who tarnishes the family's reputation. However, at this moment, Chloe frowned and said, it seems that Callen made a pact with Cana, allowing her to stay here on the condition that she helps Lucy recover. Isabel froze after hearing her mother's confirmation. Her face paled as she asked, what? What is going on? Callen was sitting in his study when he heard a commotion. Isabel stormed into the room, looking annoyed, and called him. She asked, I heard about it. Why did you do that? What kind of illness can she cure? She's not a doctor. Callen replied in a low voice, yesterday, she came here for treatment only once, and Lucy's condition has improved significantly. Isabel held her head in frustration. Do you believe her? That dirty girl. Does she know how to make an antidote? Even if she has the ability to treat, is that the only reason she came back? Callen coldly asked her, is Lucy's illness the only reason? Isabel was startled, realizing she had misspoken. Oh no. But Lucy is just the daughter of a lowly maid. Honestly, what can that face do? His serious demeanor made the matter even stranger. Thinking, she walked over and slammed her hand on the table, asking, brother, I'm your twin sister, but why do you protect Lucy more than me? Callen's face darkened. Get out of my room. Immediately. Isabel's face went blank. What? Is he kicking me out? What did I do wrong? She quickly went to Osini. So you're here. Listen to me. That trash, Cana, has returned to the mansion. What if she stays too long? Brother Callen ignores everything I say. Don't tell me you too. Are you listening to me? Why are you just spacing out? Isabel clutched her head in frustration. Honestly, who can I complain to now? A moment later, outside Duke Alexandro Addis's office, Isabel was struggling internally. Let's go. No, I'm afraid of father. She recalled, since I was little, father has been a source of fear for me. Even though he has never punished or scolded me, I've always been terrified of him. With his handsome looks and eternal youth, people are often envious of someone as powerful and transcendent as my father. But they just say that without knowing anything. Just looking into father's eyes, you can tell. He sees me, and the family, as inanimate objects. So, there's no point in expressing my opinion to him. But I hate the sight of her in this house. What should I do now? She went downstairs and called out, Cana, sister. Long time no see. Are you well? With a smile on her face, she thought to herself, so dirty. I hope I don't get contaminated. Cana smiled faintly and asked, Isabel, you must have been living well lately, haven't you? Isabel was secretly suspicious. What? Why is she talking like nothing happened? She put on a fake smile and said, by the way, sister, is that true? About you treating Lucy? Cana replied, I'm still trying to treat her. Isabel gave a fake smile. That's amazing. Even the doctors couldn't touch her. How did you do it? Tell me. Unexpectedly, Cana replied, no, I can't tell you. And? Cana suddenly brushed her hand away. Don't try to act friendly with me. Isabel, taken aback by the unexpected response, was left speechless. Until she went into her room. She angrily cursed, damn it. Has she finally gone mad? I'm being so nice to her, she should be happy. Don't try to act friendly. Seriously? Is there really no other way? What if I can't get her to leave? No, Cana is a nuisance. She suddenly hates me. She's the one causing trouble for the family. After Cana's appearance, the Addis family became entangled in false rumors. Cana's black eyes and hair. Besides being considered unlucky because they resemble the black fog, she also resembles black believers, the lunatics who worship the black fog. So, Duke Addis colluded with the black believers, and Cana is the child born from a black believer and the Duke. The rumors began to spread among the people, growing bigger and bigger like a snowball. There were even suggestions to strip father of his title. There's only one way to stop those rumors. Coincidentally, black monsters invaded the capital, and father himself destroyed them. The Addis and Valentino families are the only two households in the empire that can stop the black fog. There's no way someone like father would have a child with a dirty black believer. After that, the suspicions disappeared. The fact that Cana grew up with black hair and black eyes didn't change anything. Unlucky, disgusting, dirty. Even if she's family, what do others think? She's like vermin. I'm being rejected by that vermin. I have to get her out of here. But Brother Callen has already made a pact with her. Why did he do such a stupid thing? Wait a minute, what if I take advantage of that? She's staying at the mansion to treat Lucy. That? I can do that. Isabel smiled cunningly. On this side, Cana was sitting on a chair, reading a diary and thinking, after all, Cana is an abandoned child in the family, everyone calls her trash, everyone hates her. Not just her family. I'm isolated by everyone, nobody likes me. 12 years ago, Juhua's diary was filled with only pain. Cana's tragic life has now become my life. An equal society, a warm family, that was originally Juhua's life. While I grew up in happiness, Juhua fell into a situation where everyone hated her, when she was only 17, too young. I feel angry being toyed with like this, but I can't blame Juhua. Juhua lived here for 12 years because I lived like that before. This is not my fault or Juhua's fault, but the fault of those who pushed us to the edge. Those disgusting things. I want to leave this place quickly. Fortunately, Lucy is getting better soon. Just then, a servant entered and called, Miss Cana, Madam is calling for you. Cana asked in surprise, what? Why suddenly? A guard came and grabbed Cana's arm. She angrily shook him off and shouted, what are you doing? Do you hear my words? What's going on? The maid coldly said, Miss Lucy is in critical condition now. A moment later, she led Cana to Lucy's room and announced, Madam, Miss Cana is here. Looking at the chaotic scene, Cana assessed, let's see. There are two caretakers. Lucy's personal maid. And, she saw Lucy breathing heavily on the bed. Callen sat silently in front of the sickbed. Cana was slightly stunned. Then she stepped forward, ignoring Isabel's sinister smile. Cana demanded of Callen, move aside. Let me see Lucy's condition. Unexpectedly, Callen flew into a rage, pushing her hand away and shouting, don't touch her. Entrusting Lucy's care to you was my mistake. Cana looked at her reddened hand and called in a low voice, Callen. I need to check Lucy's condition first. At this point, Callen seemed to have lost his composure. He gritted his teeth and scolded, it's all your fault. She's never been this sick before. From now on, I won't trust you anymore. What makes you think? Cana interrupted him, are you whining to me right now? If you have to cry and wail, go ahead. If you want to curse or resent me, feel free to do so. But not now. This is not the time for you to express your emotions. She pointed to Lucy on the sickbed and continued. She's sick, so move aside and let me see her. Isabel, standing behind them, was alarmed. Is she crazy? Callen, in front, was also stunned by the scolding. Cana walked straight forward, saying, if you understand, then don't get in my way. She ignored him and went to examine Lucy. Why did this suddenly happen? Is her condition really this bad? The second treatment this morning was still fine. From what I can see now, fever, shortness of breath, convulsions, all these symptoms are unrelated to facial paralysis. This isn't a new illness. Illnesses progress sequentially, like a drizzle. There's no way she could suddenly get sick without any reason. This can only be explained by. There's only one reason. Cana looked towards the maid. She asked, "What did Lucy eat today? What did Lucy eat all day today? Tell me everything." Hearing this, Isabel quickly intervened. "Are you really overdoing it? Stop it. Don't you feel guilty towards Lucy? This is enough. I know everything. You're using Lucy to get back into the Addis family, aren't you? Even though you know nothing about medicine, you're still doing this." Cana ignored her and continued to ask the maid, "Why are you just standing there? Tell me what Lucy ate today." Isabel froze. "She's ignoring me completely." The maid hesitated. "That, nothing particularly strange. Miss Lucy was normal until this morning. There's only one reason why her condition deteriorated in a few hours." Cana concluded, "She ate something harmful. I planned Lucy's specific diet." "Did she eat anything other than that?" The maid hesitated. "That." At that moment, Isabel suddenly rushed forward and yelled, "Stop." Everyone was surprised by her reaction. Isabel was secretly frightened. Why did the conversation come to this? No way that stupid trash realized. I can't let her stay here anyway. So she shouted, "I told you to stop. How long are you going to harass Lucy? Even if you want to stay in this mansion, pretending to understand medicine, and doing this to Lucy is too much. Even if it's for Lucy, you can't do this anymore." She thought to herself, "If so, I should choose this method. A stomachache, for a few days immediately after drinking it. It's not my fault. The pain will stop at diarrhea and high fever. I didn't want it to go this far." Isabel quickly opened the door and called, "Someone. Catch Cana and lock her in the room." The two guards froze. Isabel shouted again, "What are you standing there for? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Why aren't you moving? Are you going to just leave Lucy like this?" Chloe, sitting on the bed, realized, "I think I know what's going on." So she spoke up, "Do as Isabel says. Look, Cana is all red. It's better to go back to her room and rest." Chloe looked at her mother happily. "She got my hint." The two guards stepped forward. "Yes, madam. Then let's go." They approached Cana. Cana angrily asked, "Are you out of your minds? This isn't the time for this. A sick child needs immediate treatment." Isabel gritted her teeth impatiently. Hurry up, hurry up. Why are you hesitating? Does Cana, looking like that, even qualify as a noble?" She ordered the guards, "Lift her up. Even if you have to force her, take her away." Cana's face paled with anger. "What?" The guards obeyed the order and carried her horizontally. Cana felt extremely insulted. "This is like carrying livestock." Callen finally spoke up, "What are you doing? Stop immediately." Cana looked at Callen in surprise. Why is Callen acting like this? Did he eat something wrong? Callen angrily walked towards the guards and shouted, "Get out of the way." He lifted Cana up. His face darkened slightly. He remembered his childhood. When he saw Cana's pitiful appearance. Cana now demanded of him, "Put me down." Callen was startled and released her. "I apologize. All of you, get out." The two guards bowed their heads. "Yes, young master." Seeing the two leave, Isabel became flustered and afraid. She angrily asked Callen, "What the hell are you doing? Lucy is like this because of Cana." Callen angrily scolded, "Shut up, Isabel. You dare order your subordinates to lay their hands on her? Do you even think?" Isabel stammered, "Are you mad at me now?" "It's not me, you're covering for her." She was secretly panicked. How could this be? He was even intimate with that filth just now. Not funny at all, traitor. Isabel burst into tears in anger. Then she turned to her mother. Mother, did you hear what he said? Why do I have to listen to such words? I'm just worried about Lucy. Chloe calculated silently, it's annoying that he's protecting Cana, but when Callen is angry, don't interfere. It won't end well. She stood up and said, I'm a little tired. I should go rest for a while. Isabel anxiously called, Mother, wait a minute, just a minute. Chloe replied, Isabel, it's late. You should come with me. Isabel panicked. I'll stay here. I'm worried about Lucy. She thought to herself, while I'm not here, I don't know what Cana will do. Isabel sighed, all right, then I'll go first. At this time, Callen spoke up, you go too. Isabel was about to argue, but Callen interrupted, don't make me repeat myself. Cana thought to herself, I've felt strange this whole time. Chloe, there's something suspicious about her. So she said, it's okay, leave it. Cana thought that sooner or later, that shallow trick would be exposed anyway. She continued to the maid, compared to that, tell me what Lucy ate. Isabel gritted her teeth. She won't tell the truth, will she? Callen urged the maid, it's okay. Just do what she says. The servant replied, the meals are prepared according to the separate menu you specified, and Miss didn't eat any snacks. But she did drink tea after the meal. She said the tea tasted a bit strange. She didn't say anything the previous days. Cana said suspiciously, is that so? Then bring it here. The servant hurried away, saying, yes, I'll bring it right away. Isabel, behind her, was afraid. She's going to bring it up. What now? It'll be all right. Unless she's an expert, she won't be able to tell the difference. Calm down. The servant quickly brought the tea. Here it is. This is the tea Lucy drank. Cana picked up the teapot, opened the lid, and asked, is this scent lavender tea? The maid nodded. Yes, Miss Lucy likes lavender tea. After pouring it out, Cana silently realized, this seems to be that thing. Callen spoke up and asked, is this the smell of lavender? The maid nodded. Yes, this is lavender tea leaves. Isabel also pretended to nod. That's right. I also really like this tea. Could Lucy have been mistaken? Maybe she's changed her taste. She secretly thought, good, I'll just pretend. She continued, this is the first time I've heard of there being a problem with lavender tea leaves. There must be some mistake. Cana replied in a low voice, no, there's something else mixed in here. Isabel's face paled. What? She shouted, sister, isn't that absurd? If it were mixed with something else, it would have been obvious. Seeing the two of them silent, she smugly continued. This is a serious matter that cannot be ignored. I'm sorry, but I will report this to father. Cana asked coldly, is that so? Isabel retorted, are you still not admitting your mistake even now? You're pretending to know something and finding fault in a strange way. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold my head up high and act so shamelessly. I didn't think you were like this. You're so cruel, sister. She chuckled to herself. Does it hurt? Being hit by my decisive blow, how does it feel? I'll drive you away so you'll never think of stepping foot in this house again. At that moment, Cana suddenly spoke, Isabel, you seem too excited. Can you calm down a bit? Isabel stiffened. What? What are you talking about? Even if you want to stall for time, it won't do anything. Cana replied, not that. Look. Luckily, I didn't spill all the tea. Cana took the other pot and said, use this to make tea, and offered Isabel a cup. If you drink this, you'll calm down, won't you? Isabel paled. Cana continued, it just so happens that there's a kind of tea you really love here. Right? Isabel's face was now ashen. The hot tea was brought up. The spot over there was now empty. Cana sighed inwardly, thinking. I wasn't expecting much, but why did she leave right away? It turned out that Isabel had run off immediately when Cana offered her tea. I'm not in the mood for tea right now. I'll go ahead. I don't want to waste any more time on this. And so she quickly lost her tail. Isabel still secretly believed that everything she did was for the Addis family, but she didn't expect Lucy to go this far. I can't forget that look. It was terrifying. Callen, don't look at me like that. Callen wearily wondered, did Isabel do this? So, what was it mixed with? Cana held out her hand and said, this is a red bean flower, specifically the bud. Initially, if the tea leaves are dried, the color and shape will be similar. Red bean plants are almost odorless, making them even harder to distinguish. But if you look closely, there's something curled up among the dried leaves, right? The color is also darker. That's the red bean plant. Callen nodded. I see. If that's the case, then this so-called red bean flower bud is poisonous, right? Cana shook her head. No, it's a medicinal herb. But if a large amount is consumed, it becomes poisonous. The symptoms of poisoning are abdominal pain and diarrhea, that's all. Callen fell silent. Lucy was bleeding. She was also nauseous and convulsing, and now even breathing is difficult. That's not a mild stomachache. If you didn't know there was toxicity in the tea. At that moment, Cana patted his shoulder. Callen, calm down. I know. Because it has ingredients that counteract the medicine I prescribed. In the medicine Lucy is taking, there's something called licorice. However, when red bean flowers meet licorice, the toxicity increases several times. This medicine was originally prescribed by a doctor. It's clear that even the person behind this didn't know it would become this serious. The person behind this probably wanted Lucy to experience extreme pain. If Lucy continues to be ill, I will violate the contract and leave this mansion. That's what she wants. The situation has become more serious, so I'm sure that person is shaking like a leaf. Callen held his head and asked, can Lucy recover? Cana smiled and stood up. Don't worry, if she takes what I prescribe, she'll recover. I'm sure of it. Go to the medicine room and prepare the medicine according to this list. I will directly weigh and measure the amount. Cana suddenly heard Callen say from behind. Sister, I'm sorry about earlier. Callen bowed his head with a look of remorse. Cana froze. Then she asked coldly, what's with you suddenly? If it's about Lucy, don't worry. I'll treat her until the end of the contract. Callen explained, it's not that. Cana asked coldly again, why do you keep calling me sister? Just call me as usual. Don't you feel more comfortable that way? Act normal. Don't do things like that anymore. You hate me, right? A month later, Lucy happily walked over and called Cana's name in the garden. Cana smiled and asked her, did you sleep well? Lucy politely replied, yes, good morning to you too. Cana thought to herself, Lucy has finally fully recovered. It's time to directly face the next opponent. Don't forget that treating Lucy was just an excuse for my real purpose. I'll leave this boring place after Lucy's treatment is finished. Seeing her talking non-stop like this, it seems she's no longer having any problems. At this rate, she's recovering pretty quickly. At that moment, Lucy suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I have something I want to talk to you about privately. Sister, let's go out. Cana asked in surprise, go where? Lucy immediately suggested, sightseeing in the inner city. I want to go with you and Callen too. Cana was stunned, then heard Callen's voice. Don't worry. If you're reluctant because of me, then I won't go. Cana hesitated. It's not that. She cursed inwardly, why is he so presumptuous? Who wants to compete with him? From the beginning, there were two reasons for me to stay in this mansion. The first reason, I have to get permission to divorce from father. The second reason, I have to get the tools for alchemy. Other than those, I have no regrets about this place. If there's any regret, it's probably not being able to cause any more trouble. She wondered, why do you need permission from a guardian just to get a divorce? Divorce is like begging. This society is really bad. After taking a sip of tea, Cana said, actually, I have something to do right now, so let's talk about that later. Although sad, Lucy obediently smiled and said, yes, I understand. Cana thought to herself, I'm clearly trying to hold back. I'm sure she's used to being rejected, right? I'm sorry. I really have something urgent and important to do. However, since you're fully recovered, we'll go anywhere together later, okay? Looking at the girl in front of him, Callen also pondered, she's like a different person. Callen thought about Cana's previous words and always had the same questions. First, does he still have negative feelings towards his sister? If this ends, Cana will leave. Is that what Cana meant? Didn't she leave Valentino and come back here? Cana confirmed, that's right. I'll get a divorce no matter what, then I'll leave here and live alone. So please bear with it until then. After that, you won't see me again. The second question, does she only have negative feelings towards him? Callen didn't know what to do. And the third question, what did he do to deserve her contempt? And the final question, then, did she do anything to deserve his contempt? People have said it. There are those who exist as a sin. The disgusting infected, the dark devil. The seed of the black believer. And the fool who is always happy even when being kicked. So the answer has already been decided. That's why I hate you. No way, Cana pondered. She was just unlucky to be born with black hair. No one has the right to criticize an inborn trait that cannot be chosen. It wasn't her fault, but I was the one who committed terrible acts. By adding prejudice to innocent people, now he knows it was wrong. However, he can't change the past just because he's realized it. Because he realized it too late, just like before. A half-brother he ignored. Back in the present, Cana said, well then, I'll be going. Lucy obediently said goodbye. Be careful. After Cana left, Callen felt strange. What do I want to do with her? Do I want to make amends? That's a thought without any deception. Even though I know, I still care about her. Cana walked away, thinking, I wonder if the Duke is working at this hour. All right, don't be afraid, let's go. The scene shifted to the Addis family mansion. In front of Duke Alexandro's office. Cana thought, it's been a while since I came back here, so I'm pretty nervous. It must have been a month. But she still knocked on the door and asked, Father, may I come in? Alexandro's voice rang out, come in. Cana took a deep breath. To leave Addis, I need Father's permission for a divorce. It's okay, be brave. There's nowhere left to run. Just like that, she opened the door and went inside. It felt as if time had stopped. The emotionless scratching sound of the pen, the habit of wearing glasses while working. And that beautiful image too, it's all still as terrifying as before. Cana asked, Father, may I have a moment of your time? Alexandro said in a low voice, aren't I giving you time now? Cana cursed inwardly, trying to make small talk with him is useless. She continued, I have something I want to say. After receiving his permission, she reassured herself once more. Calm down. I can't let that cold face affect me. She spoke up. Father, please allow me and Duke Valentino to divorce. Alexandro's hand finally stopped writing. He looked up and asked, divorce? Cana quickly explained, it's because of the Valentino family. Alexandro silently listened as she continued. You know Baroness Josephine Ellister, right? She's my mother-in-law. Whenever I had time, I had to visit her 4 times a day. One day I arrived even a little late. And I had to listen to sarcastic remarks and be whipped. Terribly, with the justification of discipline. During the 7 years of this marriage. Father, even though I'm a daughter of this Addis family, they all despise me. Sometimes they splashed water to wake me up like watering a plant, sometimes I had to greet the new day with a stinging slap. Cana kept talking, realizing, the more I speak of the memories I've kept hidden, the more my anger flares up. However, I have to suppress these momentary feelings of frustration. I can't expect any sympathy from this cold-blooded person in front of me. This is no longer an insult to Cana alone, but a disgrace to the entire Addis family. Let's see what you'll do when you see the family disgraced like this, father. She concluded, so it's clear that such actions are too disrespectful to the Addis family. Father, I can't live in such a terrible place. I have to divorce to be able to live. So please allow me to divorce. Cana expected, even at this point, you still want to refuse. The next second, Alexandro said, all right. And Cana froze instantly. Alexandro continued, I'll have the butler prepare the necessary papers. Cana asked incredulously, so you're allowing me? She was bewildered. Did I hear that right? I thought he would tell me to just die there. Alexandro asked her, you don't want to anymore? Cana quickly replied, no, please let me get a divorce. Alexandro nodded. All right. At this point, Cana was extremely confused. So it's really okay. Taking advantage of the Addis name is good, isn't it? She smiled happily and said, thank you so much, father. She was immersed in happiness. My wish came true. I can't believe I could overcome the most difficult obstacle so easily. But if I think about the child I hate getting divorced and coming back home, it would be very unpleasant. So she said, actually, I've always wanted to leave this empire. I want to live peacefully in a coastal village in Alden. Once the divorce is finalized, I will leave immediately without returning to the main house. I will never come back. So, I'll excuse myself. I apologize for interrupting your time. Suddenly, Alexandro said, I've changed my mind. I won't allow you to divorce. What? Why did you suddenly change your mind in such a short time? Cana was dumbfounded. What? She couldn't even speak. Why so suddenly in such a short time? And very quickly Cana asked, why is that, father? Alexandro replied, I don't think I have an obligation to explain to you. Cana asked, slightly irritated, but you changed your mind so suddenly. Alexandro said stubbornly, whether I change it or not is my business. Cana's face turned cold as she remembered. That's right. He doesn't need anyone's approval. He doesn't need to explain or justify anything to anyone. Isn't this the great Duke Addis? But I can't let. Even if I look like a dog right now, I still need his approval. She said, if you don't allow it, do you mean I have to live in that miserable situation at the Valentino family again? Is that what you mean? Alexandro said, no, there's no need to return to Valentino. Stay here until further notice. You cannot leave without my permission. Including moving to another empire. The Alden Empire. Cana's eyes widened. That's when I realized my mistake. I shouldn't have mentioned my own wish. This father's existence is to make this hateful child unhappy. I was so worried about getting a divorce, so much anticipation, so much disappointment. He wants to torture me by giving me hope and then destroying it. That's right, I forgot how much he hates me. Cana said, I understand. It should have been like this from the beginning. But please remember, father. I'm truly disappointed in my father. I hope you'll make a different decision in the future, father. The ticking of the clock became clear. Alexandro sat alone in his study. After saying those words, Cana left his room. Suddenly, she heard someone call, sister. It was Isabel. She held a letter in her hand. Cana sighed inwardly. How unlucky that I run into her again and again. Isabel walked up and asked, you just went to father's study, didn't you? Could it be? Cana asked coldly, are you afraid I'll tell father about you poisoning Lucy? She chuckled inwardly. Look at her pale face. I heard she was scolded by Callen to the point of tears. So it's true. Cana continued coldly, you need to realize how wrong your actions were. Good luck. Isabel turned purple with anger. But suddenly she called out to Cana. Wait, that. Take it. Isabel proudly showed it off. This is an invitation from the royal family. Do you know that the second princess's birthday is coming up? Even if you did, you weren't planning on going, were you? It's not that I can't go, but rather that I cannot go, right? Because if I go, I will avoid everyone's eyes and hide behind a curtain. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even if there's only an invitation, you wouldn't be able to respond. This is the difference between you and me. Someone like you, who can't hold their head high in front of others, is fundamentally different from me. If you make a mistake, you'll get in trouble. Even if I do something wrong, I am still Isabel, the beloved daughter of the Addis family. How can I be compared to a dirty, unlucky weirdo like you? So don't be arrogant. Cana sighed inwardly. Honestly, the people in this family haven't changed a bit. It seems like they want to see my old obedient self. From now on, I won't live like that anymore, you bastards. Cana recalled her childhood. I was used to living in the basement, ignored by my family. It was a terrifying time in the basement. But it became my only refuge whenever I practiced alchemy. Alchemy is a field of talent. Extracting mana from magic stones is a study that requires innate ability. So, when I just looked at alchemy books and successfully imitated an experiment, it was amazing, and I hoped that maybe this time, I would be praised by my father, right? But how did he react? He coldly ordered me, put it away. Don't show such things to others. If you keep talking about it, the laboratory will be closed. That was all. Not a warm concern, praise, or encouragement. My father saw my talent as something shameful and tried to hide it. Actually, it was an obvious outcome because he didn't want me to be happy. It seems I've indulged in a comfortable life for too long. I could have achieved a successful life if I had focused, a life with people who acknowledged me. I got used to that. And I forgot how much this man hates me. I expected him to give a reasonable answer. That was the biggest failure of this plan. Thinking about this, Cana trembled with anger. She cursed loudly, that damn lunatic. Damn it. Even if I chewed off Addis' head, I still wouldn't feel satisfied, that unlucky bastard. The plan failed. I can't get a divorce. I can't leave the Addis family. Going back to being Li Juhua would be the best way, but I don't know how to do that. I don't intend to live in a corner like this. I knew it wouldn't be easy. I have to re-examine the plan. The top priority now is to live separately after the divorce. My ultimate goal is the same as when I lived as Li Juhua, which is to open a hospital in my own name. Even though the location and appearance have changed, it's still the dream I've been striving for over a decade. I can't go back to Juhua's body anyway. So now, I have to improve my life and go in the direction I want. The easiest way has been blocked, so I have to gather the things I can use. Just in time. Isabel's gift, the invitation to the second Princess Lillian's birthday party. It's a gathering place for high-ranking nobles. And I'm also a noble, Duchess Valentino from the Addis family. Until now, this name has never been praised. The Duchess isn't even treated like a mistress. The Duchess is considered filth by the servants. The ugly woman compared to her husband. This gloom must have contributed to that notoriety. Messy black hair that no one wants to touch, long bangs covering black eyes. That's the problem I have to solve to live a decent life. If so, instead of hiding things that can't be changed, it's better to be proud of them. I'm so looking forward to it. At that moment, Callen's voice suddenly rang out, "May I come in?" Cana startled and replied, "Come in." Callen entered and said, "I heard that father didn't accept your divorce." Cana wondered, is he here to object to my being here? She replied, if you want to kick me out, tell father because he's the one who wants me to stay here. Don't worry, I don't want to stay here any longer. Just pretend I'm not here until I find a way to leave. Callen asked, so you'll continue to stay here? Do you want to move the laboratory upstairs? Cana asked back, you're telling me to move up? Callen nodded, don't stay in the basement like that anymore. Cana was secretly suspicious, what is he plotting again? I've experienced so much injustice, it's hard to trust this suspicious kindness. The so-called concern isn't trustworthy. She remembered that time, she worriedly asked, what happened to the laboratory? Callen coldly replied, no, I'm here to warn you because we might run into each other. If possible, just stay in the basement and don't come up. I hate seeing you, and that's just a foreshadowing of greater bullying. I've been locked in here for 4 days. If a servant hadn't passed by and noticed me, I would have starved to death. But now he's telling me to move up. After thinking, Cana called out to Callen, if it's not important, don't come down to the basement anymore. The best way for us to live comfortably is not to see each other. Right? Callen wanted to add, sister. Cana sneered and asked, sister? You don't usually call me that. Just call me as usual. Otherwise, you can call me Duchess Valentino. Callen hesitated, you don't intend to talk to me now, do you? Then let me talk about something else. I'm here to make a proposal to you. Cana asked, a proposal? What is it? Tell me. Callen realized, the conversation only continues when it hits her heart. He continued, I hope you can continue to take care of Luce's health. Cana crossed her arms and asked, do you still not believe that she's fully recovered? Callen replied, no, besides that illness, Lucy is a frail child. Moreover, Lucy is the second daughter of a prostitute, so she grew up under the contemptuous gazes of family members. Perhaps that's why she always withdraws. Cana thought, it must be so. He understands better than I thought. She asked directly, in short, what do you want? Callen said, make a medicine to improve Luce's mental and physical health, and check her health once a day. Cana thought, that's fine. She replied, I can do it. So, what about the price? Callen answered, as much as you want. I'll give you the price you want. Callen declared, I will provide whatever you need. Cana held out her hand, then, 2,000 gold a month. She thought, he must like doing things my way, regardless of the price I ask for. So first, I'll just ask for the sky. Callen nodded without thinking, all right, 2,000 gold a month. And what else? Cana was slightly stunned, I repeat, it's gold, not silver. 2,000 gold per month. She didn't understand, what's going on? Did he eat something wrong? Callen calmly replied, 2,000 gold or silver makes no difference to me. If you want money, I'll give it. Cana realized, for the Addis family, that much is just a small matter, isn't it? Callen asked again, do you have no other wishes? Cana replied, then just add a close maid with good ability and personality for me. Callen nodded, all right. And? Cana was surprised and wondered, more. This generous treatment is a good thing. However, why go this far? Giving me everything I want just to ask me to take care of Lucy. Is she that precious? Did he ever do this before? If he had done this before, I wouldn't want to play around like this either. Cana suggested, escort me to Her Highness the Princess's birthday party. Cana thought, having to escort the hateful Cana, I thought it would be extremely humiliating for Callen. He agreed coldly, even writing a contract on the spot. Someone like Callen, I don't know what he's planning. Anyway, the maid has been brought in. This girl is maid Leah Meerwin. Cana wondered, where on earth did he find this girl? She didn't even frown when she saw me. I really like this point. But what about her ability? Leah asked, can I trim everything? Cana shook her head, no, just trim my bangs. There are 2 weeks left until the party. There are many things to prepare. I've asked Leah to help prepare many things. I wonder if it's working here. After finishing cutting, Leah froze. Cana complimented, Leah, good job. Very beautiful and natural. Leah froze for a moment before coming back to her senses. I'm sorry. I was a little surprised. Cana chuckled, look at your reaction. I'm looking forward to the party even more. Time passed, and today was the second princess's birthday party. Osini asked incredulously, what? You escorting that trash? Are you out of your mind, Callen? Why are you doing such humiliating things? Isabel was slightly angry. I already said that, but she still insisted on going. Osini continued suspiciously, does she have something on you? Your reputation could be ruined. Callen shook his head, no. Osini was even more suspicious, if not. Then I can't understand it at all. You have to escort such trash. If it were me, absolutely. No, just thinking about it makes me sick. Isabel said, I don't want to go with Sister Cana. Osini nodded, me neither, Callen. If you want, we can go separately. Callen said indifferently, just do what you want. I'll go with Sister. Osini, seeing that he couldn't persuade his younger brother, could only turn away and call Isabel, all right, let's go. Talking more will only hurt our mouths. Isabel hurriedly followed, I know. At this time, only Callen was left waiting on the chair. He thought, 2 weeks. For the past 2 weeks, she's been staying inside the house. Although she still regularly treats Lucy according to our previous agreement, I haven't been able to see her even once, because she only moves during training or work hours. I've seen the maid constantly busy, but I can't ask anything. If I'm caught secretly investigating her behind her back, she might become even colder. Could it be that she's deliberately avoiding me? Thinking of this, Callen laughed, so what? Her avoiding me isn't a big deal. But why do I care so much? It started from my guilt, but why do I feel something empty? As if. Why is she looking at me like that? As if she's demanding more than forgiveness. Stop. I hate it the most when I can't control my suspicious thoughts. It seems like she doesn't expect anything from me. Then I don't need to delve any deeper. These rambling thoughts will disappear. After this escort. Just as he was thinking, someone called his name. Callen, have you been waiting long? The person in front of him surprised him greatly. It was none other than his sister-in-law, Cana. Cana Addis, Duchess Valentino. Cana stepped forward and asked, so, how is it? Which made Callen slightly flustered. What? She smiled, moving closer to Callen. I mean, the scent coming from me. Seeing Cana at such close proximity left him momentarily speechless. Trying to regain his composure, Callen corrected Cana's meaning. No, not that, the fragrance. Cana thought to herself, thank goodness. It really is quite suitable for the people here. She covered her mouth, laughing. Anyway, the perfume is working and there are no problems. She turned to Callen. So, escort me. Callen, embarrassed, started to address her formally, but immediately corrected himself. Yes, Cana. At that moment, in a certain castle, Isabel was talking to someone. Sister Cana will be here. Brother Callen will personally escort her. She was quite worried about it, but tried to avoid offending the person in front of her. I'm worried she'll bother you, but haven't you been quite curious about her lately? This is good, isn't it? Her Majesty, the one talking to Isabel, was the second queen of the Aslan Empire. Her name was Lillian. Lillian thought, that Cana, isn't she the woman Sylvian used to avoid marrying me? She had tried to see Cana's face once, but couldn't. Sylvian and Cana were a couple in name only, they hadn't even had a wedding ceremony, so she had no chance to meet her. Very few other nobles had seen Cana either. But now she suddenly appeared like this. The number of parties she attended could be counted on one hand, and even when she did attend, she only stayed in a corner of the garden. Even her family members pretended not to know or care about her. In Lillian's mind, Cana was a woman who was always afraid and avoided the gaze of others. Pitiful, pathetic, and also despicable. Suddenly, a voice echoed, drawing Isabel and Lillian's attention. Duchess Cana Valentino, entering. Downstairs, upon hearing the name, everyone was bewildered. Cana? Did I hear wrong? Is it really Duchess Valentino? The woman with black hair and eyes. The person next to her must be Callen. No way. Cana usually doesn't attend parties because she's supposed to be ugly. Then who is that beauty? Cana was quite satisfied with the expressions of those around her. Upstairs, Isabel and Lillian had been watching her since earlier. Lillian couldn't understand what was happening. That's the woman who stole Sylvian from me. Cana had anticipated this situation. The eyes of the men lit up when they saw her. But there was one thing Cana hadn't foreseen. Callen was still by her side even though his escort duty had been completed 30 minutes ago. She was afraid her plan would be hindered, so she forced a smile and said, "It's over now, so you can go." But Callen stayed put and said, "No, not yet." After looking around, he said, "All right." Cana was puzzled. Not yet and all right. What is he thinking? But anyway, it was fortunate that she had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Lillian's gaze was still fixed on Cana from behind. Cana could feel that gaze, as if it wanted to pierce through her back. Lillian was the woman who wanted Sylvian, so she had to approach Lillian for her plan. But first, she had to get Callen away. An excited voice came from afar. "Callen, what are you doing here?" "Oh, who is this beautiful lady beside you?" Cana politely introduced herself. He responded warmly, "I suspected it. It really is Callen's sister. I'm Callen." Cana smiled brightly at him, but she knew he was putting on an act. There was no way he didn't know she was Cana. It was funny how she had become better in their eyes without changing at all. She knew what he was thinking. "I can't believe the one they said had disgusting black hair is such a beauty." He introduced himself as Callen's close friend and took Cana's hand, intending to kiss it. Seeing this, Callen grabbed his hand and pulled it away. He explained in pain, it was just a greeting. Callen was annoyed. "Where's your fiancé? Why are you here alone? Let me escort you to your fiancé." Callen dragged him away. Cana was perplexed. "Why be so sensitive? I can go alone." Callen suddenly turned back and said, "Stay here." Cana hoped Callen wouldn't come back so she could carry out her plan. Cana turned around. Lillian was coming towards her. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself. A voice announced, "Her Majesty has arrived." Cana greeted her with a bright smile. "It's an honor to meet you." She calculated in her mind, "Lillian, you must be on my side." The first step is called colleague. It was a publicly known fact that Lillian had chosen Sylvian as her groom. Sylvian had difficulty refusing the princess, so he chose to marry Cana. The princess had her husband stolen by Cana at that moment. Cana had not shown her face while in the position of legal wife, and hadn't even encountered Lillian. So it was clear that the princess was dying of curiosity. Cana stepped forward to greet her. Lillian said, "Am I mistaken? I've had the feeling that Madam has been calling for me." "Why pretend like that? If I were a man, I would definitely think you were seducing me. It's that obvious." Cana hadn't expected the princess to be so straightforward. She said, "Actually, I've really wanted to meet your highness." Lillian smiled on the surface, but inwardly disliked the person in front of her. Cana had rudely stolen what she wanted. "Why?" Her eyes stared deeply into Cana's. "Let me give you some advice first. I don't like beating around the bush. So if you have something to say, just say it." Cana purposely put on a sad face. "I am being deceived and mistreated by my husband. I believe you already know that." Cana was sure Lillian knew everything. She knew that the relationship between the Duke and Duchess Valentino was very distant. The Duke is also someone who never changes. The princess must know that, right? Lillian smiled gently when mentioning Sylvian. Isn't his unwillingness to change part of his charm? Cana couldn't understand how she could call that scumbag-like personality charming. Cana continued, let me be honest with you. I'm tired of his coldness. I'm exhausted, Your Highness. I no longer have the confidence to continue this marriage. Lillian seemed pleased. Is that so? Her eyes lit up when she heard Cana say she had returned to the Addis family. Cana intentionally added this to make Lillian interested in her story. But divorcing a noblewoman is not easy. After all, it's related to the family's honor. It's natural that my father wouldn't allow a divorce. However, suppose there was a situation where the marriage couldn't be maintained. The story would be different, wouldn't it? Cana pondered, if Sylvian has an affair. Or if the queen keeps pressuring Alexandro. Either way, become my partner. Lillian seemed to believe Cana's words. The plan was going Cana's way. Suddenly, footsteps approached them from afar. The person spoke, Your Highness, what are you talking about? It was Josephine, Cana's wicked mother-in-law. Lillian repeated what she had just heard from Cana. Cana has moved back to her family home. Josephine smiled sinisterly and began to make things up about Cana. Yes, that's right. I kicked her out because I couldn't stand it any longer. Lillian glared angrily at Cana. What do you mean? You said you left on your own. Josephine continued, seeing that she hasn't returned, I think she's trying a new way to get Sylvian's attention. Your Highness doesn't need to bother with her. Lillian clenched her dress in anger. Why did I listen to that girl as if I were bewitched? From the beginning, that Cana couldn't have wanted a divorce. Lillian recalled the maid's story. The Duchess Valentino clung to the Duke's legs. It seems the story has spread widely among the servants. I heard she cried pathetically in the hallway. Thinking about it, Cana's intention was too obvious. A new method, a new trick by using her to attract attention. She dared to play me. Lillian's anger was now evident. You're very bold, Duchess Valentino. Do I look that amusing to you? Seeing things going south, Cana quickly explained, you misunderstood, Your Highness. Lillian didn't listen and directly threw her wine at Cana. Cana was slightly startled by this situation. Even Josephine was surprised. Cana's dress was stained red with wine. Lillian grimaced at Cana, deliberately saying that spilling the wine was just a small mistake on her part. In response to her action, Cana smiled and said, It seems Your Highness has made a mistake. It appears you slipped. Josephine stood speechless at Cana's words. Lillian turned and took the wine glass from Josephine's hand. She was about to throw the wine at Cana again. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from afar, Why are you causing such a commotion? Cana and Lillian looked over in surprise. It was Her Majesty the Empress. Cana looked at Lillian's frightened face. She thought, the Empress probably witnessed what just happened, which is why the princess is trying to hide the wine glass behind her back. Cana could use this to her advantage. She started to pretend to cry. I apologize. Because of my incompetence, this problem has occurred. Lillian and Josephine were completely caught off guard by Cana's actions. Josephine started shouting, Stop those crocodile tears. How dare you put on such a show? Seeing this, the Empress reprimanded her, Duchess Josephine, lower your voice. The Empress extended her hand and embraced Cana. All right, stop crying. You must have gone through terrible things in this situation. Cana didn't expect the Empress to care about her. Please accept my apologies. I won't do anything to displease your Majesty. Lillian angrily called Cana's name. But the Empress turned and rebuked her. I'm so disappointed in you, Princess Lillian. Aren't you ashamed of yourself as a princess? You should try to be even half as gentle and warm as your sister, the Grand Duchess. When will you stop being so hurtful and thoughtless? Lillian bowed her head and admitted her fault. She knew that as the daughter of a concubine, she could never control herself in situations like this. But even so, couldn't you give me some face in such a public place? She should have been more cautious, knowing the Empress was here. If only she hadn't been distracted by Cana. Suddenly, a hand touched Lillian. What happened here, Your Majesty? Did Lillian cause trouble again? Cana almost forgot about this person. It was the main character of the sensational novel praised throughout the Western continent, a woman of low birth who rose to become the king's concubine. Her name was Teresa. Teresa hurriedly apologized. I will certainly discipline my child. I apologize for this, Your Majesty. The Empress turned away. Then I will trust your words. Now, Duchess Valentino, come with me. I'll treat you to a cup of hot tea. Cana rejoiced inwardly. Thanks to the Empress, she could escape that situation. But why is she being so thoughtful to me? I feel like she has ulterior motives. The Empress led Cana into a room. Cana recalled her conversation with Leah. It's been so long since I've touched herbs like these. I remember there were many doctors who prepared herbal remedies in the capital. Leah said, there's been a significant decline in herb growers and sellers. The Empress drove them all out of the capital. She said they were quacks who couldn't cure the Grand Duchess. There was a girl sitting in the room. The Empress introduced her. This is my daughter, the first princess of the empire, Grand Duchess Amelia. Cana bowed to the princess. She now understood why the Empress had brought her here. This princess must have had a reason to wear a veil at the party, such as suffering from a long-term skin disease. The Empress went straight to the point. I heard that you can cure the youngest daughter of the Addis family. There are rumors that you used a rather unusual treatment method. Is that true? Cana was surprised. How did the Empress know that? She had sworn the young Duke to secrecy. Seeing Cana's expression, the Empress said, feel free to speak. Duchess Chloe told me about it. Cana couldn't believe it. There's no way that woman would be so kind as to recommend her. Why? A chilling hypothesis immediately formed in Cana's mind. The Duchess prompted the Empress to summon me. If I can't cure the princess or refuse to do so, I'll be expelled from the capital. If I make a mistake, she'll declare me a fraud and accuse me. She could even involve Lucy in this. Cana answered honestly, yes, it's true. I cured Lucy. The Empress was satisfied with Cana's answer. Very good. She asked the princess to remove her veil. The princess seemed afraid and refused to remove it, even after the Empress asked again. The Empress shouted angrily, Princess Amelia. Amelia ripped off her mask. She raged, here. I took it off. Are you satisfied now? Black and red spots covered almost all of Amelia's face. This must be the incurable disease Cana had heard about in the rumors. This case was quite familiar, with mold appearing all over the body. The Empress sighed. Countless doctors and healers have tried to treat her, but the results have been almost non-existent. Sometimes her condition seems to improve a little. But then it relapses. No one has been able to make a significant improvement. She hoped Cana could try to cure her daughter. Cana asked permission to examine the princess to get an overview of the symptoms. At this point, the princess suddenly became agitated and shouted. I did it. I took off the mask. Isn't that enough for you? The Empress asked Amelia to take off all her clothes. Cana was surprised by the Empress's request. Amelia felt this was too much. She gritted her teeth. How dare mother ask me to do that? How can you expect me to undress here like a fool? We are in one of the rooms at the banquet. Or do you want me to go outside and show everyone out there what I look like? Is that it? The Empress explained to the princess with a headache, the disease has spread almost all over your body, so Cana needs to examine it thoroughly to treat it properly. The princess continued to argue with her mother. I don't want to. I won't do it. I won't let the Duchess see my body here. At first, Cana didn't understand why the princess was so angry with her. However, She could understand why the princess was acting like this. Back when she was a doctor in Juhua's body, she understood how sensitive patients could be. And it was also a challenge for those who had to go through it with the patients. The empress pleaded with Cana to treat the princess's skin disease. She lamented, "Do you know how many years have passed like this? This horrible disease hasn't gotten any better. Others have started to rumor that I gave birth to a rotting body." These wishes of the empress made her stop treating her like her daughter. Amelia said painfully, "Yes, I'm sorry for becoming the reason for others to say such things. It would be better for mother if I died and disappeared from your life, right?" The empress was exasperated by the princess's words. The princess continued, "Why do you call me a rotting body? Why don't you tell the truth? That you want me dead, that you won't have to hear others say that you gave birth to a rotting body. I won't tarnish the name of the empress's precious daughter anymore. So just say it straight that you wish I were dead." The empress angrily told the princess to be careful with her words. Seeing that the situation seemed to be getting out of hand, Cana spoke up. "Your Majesty, unfortunately, I didn't bring any necessary treatment tools with me at this time, and this is not a suitable place to examine the princess. I will come to the palace on my next visit to check on the princess. I think this is the best course of action." After saying that, Cana stood up and excused herself. "I'll see you next time, Your Majesty, and you too, Princess." Cana stepped out of the stuffy room. She felt tired from watching other people argue like that. They would probably continue arguing after she left. She wondered how many times they had argued before. She was sure they had a lot on their minds now. They must have felt drained and disappointed after breaking down so many times. Looking back at the room, it seemed like Cana had just heard crying. She walked out to the balcony with a headache. Too many things had happened in such a short time. She had probably failed to form an alliance with the second princess. But now Cana had a new card to play in the future. Considering everything that had happened, this was a success, although the moment she walked down the stairs, everyone's eyes were on her. She wasn't sure if those looks were of contempt or not, as no eyes tried to approach her. Cana smiled, thinking it meant they must all be curious about her. Lost in thought, someone was walking up from behind her. Cana was surprised. It was Osini. Why didn't he check if anyone else was here first? Cana hadn't seen him in the banquet hall, and she secretly wished he wouldn't come near. Contrary to Cana's wishes, Osini came and stood next to her. "Forgive me, I didn't know anyone else was here. I didn't expect such a beautiful lady to be here." Cana was taken aback by the gentle voice. She covered her mouth to avoid laughing. "Is he crazy? What the hell is he saying? Don't tell me this guy doesn't recognize me. It's a beautiful night, isn't it?" Osini said to Cana with a smile. "Is it because I'm with such a beautiful lady? That's why tonight is so unusually beautiful." Cana was slightly shocked by his words. Did he mistake her hair and eye color for a different one because it was dark? Did he think she was a completely different person? She calculated, if she played it right, she could prank him. "I think I can act a bit more and change my tone to fool him." Cana deliberately changed her voice. "You flatter me." Osini was easily fooled. He flattered Cana. "Not at all. I wonder why I've only just met someone like you." Cana said, "I don't really like parties and don't attend them often, so it's understandable that many people don't know me. However, I attended today, but it doesn't seem to suit me." To please the beauty, Osini said that he also hated parties, but Cana knew those were lies. He offered to escort her for a walk in the garden. Seeing Osini's excited expression, Cana thought to herself, "Enjoy that excitement while you still can. Despair will come the day after you learn the truth." Cana didn't know that someone was watching her from behind. That person spoke up and asked, "Is your wife strolling in the garden with another man, Duke Valentino?" Sylvian, hearing this, asked if he was mistaken. He confirmed he wasn't. "That's the dress the Duchess was wearing. I remember it vividly, a truly unforgettable appearance." The young man standing next to Sylvian was Argan, the crown prince of the Aslan Empire. Argan observed Cana and Osini walking into the garden. Argan wondered, "Don't tell me you're unaware of her beauty." Sylvian recalled the scene in his room. "Juke, we are husband and wife, so marital duties, shouldn't we fulfill them?" Sylvian's face showed disgust. "Get out before I call the servants to drag you out." Argan continued talking about his question. "How can you ignore such beauty until now? Isn't that what men like? I don't know who he is, but that man took her into the garden. I think something fishy is going on. Are you just going to let it be? She's your wife." In the garden, Osini was talking to Cana about his plans. "If I get married in the future, I'll probably become a family man. Other noblemen often take multiple wives, but not me, one is enough." Cana played along with his story. "Oh, I'm sure your wife will be very happy." Turning to look at Osini's expression, Cana couldn't believe her eyes. His face was flushed with embarrassment. Cana covered her mouth, afraid he would notice her laughing. "Oh, this is crazy," he continued. "I'll definitely make her happy. I'll pamper my future wife to no end." Cana felt uncomfortable with his boasting. A fool who only knows drinking and swordsmanship, saying such words. It's hard to listen to. Suddenly Osini stopped. He said apologetically, "All those words just now were lies. I've never cared about anything like that before. Initially, I considered men who said flattering things to please women as fools. But now I'm acting like those fools because it was love at first sight, only with you." Cana seemed surprised by his words. But then, she smiled as if she had achieved something. "Congratulations on your self-destruction. For the rest of your life, you will be tormented by this moment." Osini only then remembered to ask her name. Suddenly, Cana covered her face and burst out laughing. Osini was confused, wondering if he had done something wrong. Cana said, "Why am I laughing?" "Because it's funny. It's hilarious, don't you think?" At this moment, Osini looked closely at her face. He couldn't believe it. "No way." Cana teased him, "I'm sorry, but it would be very difficult for us to become a family. In this day and age, direct lineage marriages aren't very common. Moreover, I'm already a married woman." He went mad. "I'll kill you." Cana challenged him. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten what happened not so long ago?" She reached out and touched Osini's face. "Do what you want to do. There's nothing you can't do. Even though my eyelids are stinging and swollen, there's nowhere your hands haven't touched. So act as usual. There's no reason for hesitation, right?" Osini said, "So now you're planning to get revenge on me?" He couldn't believe that what he was holding was Cana's hand, yet he hadn't realized it. Osini asked Cana back. "So what? It seems like you've achieved what you wanted, haven't you? How dare you humiliate me?" Cana continued to provoke him. "I'm not sure. From my perspective, it seems like a success, doesn't it?" Osini flung her hand away, causing Cana to fall to the ground. "Don't get me wrong. Who cares about you?" he said angrily and walked away. Cana wondered. Is Osini feeling embarrassed, or is it because he's drunk? That guy can't just let it go that easily. She lay tiredly on the grass. She had tried very hard to provoke him, as usual, the purpose being to leave evidence. She could use it to tell Duke Alexandro that Osini had used force against her, which might make the Duke reconsider letting her live outside alone. But things didn't go as she planned. "Why today? There's no one here, and there's no CCTV like in Korea." Remembering Osini's flushed face, Cana laughed. "Good, I'm satisfied with this, so let's go back." She stood up and brushed off the grass on her clothes. Looking to her left, Cana was startled. Sylvian was slowly walking towards her. Don't tell me he saw everything. Anyway, she didn't care. She shouldn't have run into him. Cana was about to turn away, when suddenly, the person behind her spoke. "There's still some grass stuck there. Cana was taken aback that Sylvian had actually initiated a conversation with her. In Juhua's memory, Sylvian was someone who only gave answers. He had never once started a conversation in the past 7 years. But just now, he opened his mouth to mention the grass. Was he planning something? Cana fumbled to find where the grass was stuck. Seeing this, Sylvian stepped behind her. He helped her remove the grass stuck to her dress. Cana warily turned to look at him. She said, "Please tell me next time. I can do it myself." Sylvian was curious. Wasn't that guy quite rude to leave you alone like that? It seems like the conversation just now was quite tense. Lady Cana has terrible taste in men. Cana paused for a moment. It seemed he misunderstood that she was having an ambiguous relationship. It seemed he didn't know it was Osini. She felt like she had hit the jackpot. Isn't this a stroke of luck? Until now, Sylvian had only acknowledged her as a wife in name. A living puppet who always remained silent. But what would happen if that puppet dared to have an affair? What would happen if the Valentino family spoke up for Sylvian to divorce her? From her experience, this was a good opportunity for him to find a new talking puppet. If Sylvian initiated the divorce, eventually, even Alexandro would have to accept it. Thinking of that, she provoked him. "Yes, during the past time, I had a bad view of men, so I married you, Juke. In the end, will you accept what you just saw?" Sylvian placed his hand on Cana's hair. He slowly moved closer to her. Cana brushed his hand away. "There's nothing to worry about. Since when have you cared about my private life?" Sylvian said, "I don't really care where Lady Cana goes, but please pay more attention to the honor of the Valentino family. The lawn outside is very suitable for indecent acts like a filthy monster." Cana was angered by his words. Isn't that a common hobby among nobles? Although she had provoked him so he would feel humiliated and divorce her. What right did he have to say such things? He hadn't paid attention once while Juhua craved affection so much. On their wedding night, she waited all night, but he didn't show up. Even after Cana returned to this body, he didn't realize that his wife was now a completely different person. He had never considered her an equal during this time. Cana's hands trembled slightly with anger. Absent on the wedding night, until now, for 7 long years. What hobbies does someone who lets his wife live alone have? Sylvian asked, "So that's why you're like this? Because I didn't hold on to you?" He laughed. Cana didn't think he would have this expression. Sylvian continued, "Perhaps that past incident hurt you a lot." Cana remembered the night she had stripped naked and sneaked into his room. "Yes, there was such a thing. But don't worry, I will absolutely not do that again. After that incident, I'm sure the Duke is unable to have marital relations." Sylvian looked at her coldly. Cana continued to provoke him, "I understand, you must be very tired because you have a lot of work to do." She implicitly said, "You probably don't have any strength in that area, huh? It's a pity you are so young. Don't worry, I'm discreet, so I won't spread rumors. If I had known this before, I wouldn't have foolishly gotten married." Sylvian calmly looked at her. "If so, then, I wonder if I have the opportunity to clear up all of Lady Cana's doubts." Cana cursed inwardly, "This damned bastard." She quickly explained, "I no longer have feelings for the Duke. I want a divorce immediately. It's only delayed because my father hasn't agreed yet. That day is not far off. I will definitely get a divorce at all costs." Hearing this, Sylvian just chuckled. "All right then, have a good evening." After saying that, he walked away. Cana glanced at him. "Just wait and see. I'll prove it's true." The next day at the Addis mansion, Cana heard that Osini was practicing swordsmanship. Leah said, "He left before sunrise today. I heard there are trainees going for training too. He seems to want to start from the basics." Cana wondered, Osini was already one of the best knights in the empire, how could that arrogant bastard do that? Or is he ashamed to see her face? The mansion will be a bit more comfortable for a while. Suddenly, a servant called her, Duchess, there's a guest looking for you. Cana's mood became cheerful after hearing Osini's news. Who is it? Stepping outside, Cana couldn't believe it. The guest saw her and said, "Finally, I get to meet you. I've been waiting for a long time. But it's okay, it's worth waiting a bit for a beauty." The guest was Argan, the crown prince of the Aslan Empire. Cana was puzzled. Why was the prince looking for her? She wasn't close to him at all. He walked over and took her hand. Up close like this, she was even more beautiful. Cana was a little flustered. "It's an honor to meet His Highness." He continued to compliment her. His voice was pleasant, and even his scent was alluring. "I came here today to pick you up at the request of the empress." Argan looked excited. "Take your time. It's my honor to wait for such a beautiful lady." The two left the Addis villa and prepared to depart. Cana couldn't help but wonder, there are no escorts. Is he, a royal, really traveling alone like this? Seeing Cana's luggage, he asked, "What's in that box?" Cana didn't want to beat around the bush with him. She replied, "It's nothing special." He said, "I understand," and took out a book to read, not asking anything more about her luggage. Argan was Princess Lilian's older brother. Cana had thought his personality would be as terrible as his sister's, but it seemed she was wrong. In terms of appearance, he resembled Teresa more than Lilian. The ride was more comfortable than she had expected. Lost in thought, she suddenly realized something. But why did Teresa's son come to pick me up? Entrusting the princess's treatment was a sensitive matter. Why would the empress send the son of her concubine, whom she considered a thorn in her side, to pick her up? The empress's own son was still alive and well. So why didn't she call him? The prince spoke up. "I am curious about something. May I ask? I heard that Lilian bothered you." "I heard you cried." Cana was puzzled as to why he suddenly asked such a question. She replied, "Yes, that's right." He said, "It's a shame. I was on the rooftop the whole time, so I didn't see it. I also wanted to see what you looked like when you cried. I'm sure I'll have a chance later, though." Argan lowered his head and continued reading, and the atmosphere became quiet again. Cana had heard rumors that he had a very erratic personality. Although not dangerous, he wasn't normal either. The carriage suddenly hit something. Cana lost her balance. She fell. He caught her hand. Cana fell into Argan's arms. He gently asked, "Are you all right?" Cana quickly stood up. "I'm fine." The driver rushed over in a panic to check on the situation. "I apologize." "Are you not hurt, Your Highness? It seems there's a problem with the carriage wheel." "I sincerely apologize. Could you please step outside for a moment?" He stepped outside first. The ground below was all mud. He offered to help her out so she wouldn't get her shoes dirty. But Cana quickly stepped down. She said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine." He asked why she kept refusing his kindness. Cana said it was because she didn't want to bother him. And she could handle it herself. His expression suddenly changed. He drew his sword and slashed at the driver. Cana was stunned by this action. He asked, "Can you guess what I'll do next?" "What will you do now?" He cut her arm with the sword. He didn't put the sword away, but asked her, "Can you handle this alone? Do you need my help now?" Cana hadn't anticipated this madness. Because she refused his kindness, he was threatening her by killing someone. Right in front of her was a madman. What should she do? Although she had various self-defense medicines in her luggage, now was not the time to risk taking them out. Left with no other choice, Cana gave in to him. She said, "I need your help. My dress is all dirty." He stopped what he was doing. He whistled to summon someone. People in black cloaks suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Argan ordered, "Hurry up and fix the carriage. I've killed the driver, so don't speak of this." Only then did Cana realize that it wasn't that he didn't have guards, they were just hidden. If she had used the medicine to defend herself earlier, she would have been killed by them. He returned to his gentle demeanor from before and told her to get back in the carriage. Cana didn't dare refuse his kindness now, offering her hand for him to help her into the carriage. She was still frightened by his previous actions. Just to get her to accept his kindness. He had killed someone. He really was a madman. A long time passed. When they arrived at the princess's palace, Argan left as if nothing had happened. Seeing the wound on Cana's arm, the empress offered to call a doctor, but she refused. It was only a minor injury, so she could treat it herself. Although surprised to see the wound, the empress only said she would reprimand Argan later. The empress led her to the grand princess's room. Cana thought to herself, at least I managed to survive that incident. Right now, the princess's treatment is the most important thing. She carefully observed the princess's condition. Red eczema had spread all over her body. It was circular and slightly red, and there was also yellow discharge. She guessed it was nummular eczema, a type of eczema characterized by its round, coin-like shape. She asked the princess how she had been treated so far, and if she had taken any medicine. But the empress answered for the princess. No medicine taken, but the princess has applied ointment. Applying this on her body reduces the itching. The empress called for someone to bring the medicine for Cana to see. Cana was a little surprised. It was a grayish-black ointment. The empress continued, many doctors have come, and they all gave the same advice. That is to wash the body with warm water mixed with medicinal herbs 3 times a day, and then apply this prescribed ointment to the affected areas. Cana's face darkened. They had prescribed the Princess Mercury ointment. Cana recalled from her university days, in Juhua's body, mercury was a liquid metal at room temperature. It was effective as a disinfectant, and in the past, it had been used to treat syphilis and skin diseases in the West. In the East, Qin Shi Huang had sought it as an elixir of immortality. However, mercury harbored deadly toxicity, and it had caused many people to suffer from mercury poisoning. Cana remembered this information clearly because it was a presentation she gave for a group project, but she didn't think it would be used as medicine here. Cana asked how long the princess had been using this medicine. The empress replied, not long, only about 2 weeks. Cana was relieved that it had only been 2 weeks. Fortunately, if she stopped now, she wouldn't be poisoned. She said that the princess shouldn't use this medicine anymore. The empress wondered, if she doesn't use it, the princess's itching will get worse. Hearing this, Cana guessed that the mercury ointment probably had other ingredients added, but mercury was still mercury. She said the princess shouldn't use it. The princess needs to reduce the number of baths she takes. Even if it feels uncomfortable, she should only bathe once a day. When washing, try to avoid contact with the affected areas as much as possible. Hearing this, the princess got angry. Not use the medicine. I might die from the itching. Why reduce the number of baths? Do you want me to let my body be soaked with sweat and discharge from the wounds? Are you joking with me? The princess turned to the empress. You invited a wonderful doctor. She's just deceiving us. I won't accept her treatment. Cana calmly explained, if you don't stop using that medicine, the illness won't be cured. The princess rebuked Cana. How dare you speak to me like that? Cana continued, cleanliness is important, but bathing 3 times a day is excessive. Excessive bathing and washing will dry out the skin, and dry skin will make the condition worse. Also, that medicine is mercury-based. Even if it helps reduce itching, however. Cana intended to explain further about the toxicity of mercury, but she thought better of it. Mercury was trusted and used by everyone here, so if she explained its toxicity, no one would believe her, and she might even be criticized. She should persuade them another way. Cana said, this ointment is strong, so it will weaken the skin. The princess argued back, are you saying the doctor prescribed the wrong medicine? Even if it was the royal advisor. Cana tried to assert. They are all the same because they couldn't cure you, princess. I heard that your skin condition has been going on for a while. That means all the treatments so far haven't been suitable for you. What you can do now is be patient. The princess became even angrier. Patient? Don't say it so easily. If I could endure it, why would I need this medicine? My whole body itches like crazy. I feel like I'm being burned alive. If you were me, could you still say that? Understanding the princess's feelings, what patience needed wasn't logic, but trust in the person treating them. Cana said, if you want to recover, even if you have to grit your teeth, you have to endure it. I will make a medicine to help you. Use it, and you will feel better. You also have to change your clothes to cotton material. The princess was displeased. Are you asking me to become a commoner? Since the royal family always used expensive silk materials, it would be difficult to persuade her, but Cana remained firm. Since the wounds have spread all over your body, you have to wear breathable clothes, so cotton is better than silk. The princess shouted. And she ordered the servants. Go find me cotton clothes right now. She turned to Cana and asked, anything else? What else do I have to do? Tell me quickly. Cana was surprised by the princess's sudden change in attitude. She said, if possible, you should also change the material of your bed sheets. It would be better to put several layers of cotton blankets on and the princess asked the servants to write down everything Cana instructed, not missing a single thing. Cana looked at the princess. She couldn't believe the princess changed so suddenly. She must have been in a lot of pain. In this era, Cana's words sounded absurd. But the princess clung to them desperately. The empress asked Cana, is that all? No medicine needed. Cana replied, I wonder if you could help me obtain some herbs from the eastern continent. The empress, relieved, said, as I have deep connections with merchants, I can find anything from the east. If there's anything that can help Amelia recover, I'll do whatever it takes. Cana sighed in relief. It was good that the empress was cooperative. She was glad that the first treatment went smoothly. Cana set off to return to the Addis villa. Cana was tired. She didn't know why her body felt this way. The wound on her arm made her face pale with pain. It wasn't a deep wound, either. Maybe because she wasn't tense anymore, she felt the pain more clearly. Cana staggered back to her room. Suddenly she saw someone's figure. It was Duke Alexandro. The sword he carried resembled the prince's. She turned away, about to run, but the Duke called her back. His eyes were deep as he looked at the wound on Cana's arm. The Duke lifted her chin. Something happened. Cana laughed. It's nothing special, so please let go of my hand. She thought, even if I told him, would he listen? I'm Duchess Valentino, the daughter of the Addis family, but still, no one helps me. As Osini had said, she shouldn't delude herself into thinking anyone cared about her. Even if she spoke up, it wouldn't change anything, so it didn't matter anymore. She could live well on her own, just like she always had. She said, really, nothing happened. I'm tired today, so I just want to go back to my room and rest. Suddenly, the Duke grabbed the hand covering her wound and pulled it away. The Duke seemed to lose his patience and asked her again. I asked what happened. Cana was annoyed by this questioning. She said, are you going to find out who did this and reward them? Do you find joy in scolding me on behalf of the Duke, calling me a thorn in his side? Are you going to reward me for saying it's wonderful? If not, please leave. Cana turned and left. Now what? This world. This father. This brother, this family, they weren't her family. A family scene appeared, with her mother who always worried about her. Her father who always did the best for his daughter. And her brother who seemed indifferent on the outside. But despite his teasing, cared deeply for her. Cana reached out to touch her brother's face. But when she opened her eyes, the person she saw was Callen. He asked if she was awake. At that moment, Cana realized the previous scene was just a dream. She covered her eyes, saddened. She asked why he was in her room. Callen explained, because you fainted in front of me, I carried you to your room. He had asked the maids to change her clothes and apply new bandages. Cana thought she had gone into shock after seeing someone die in front of her, and she had almost died too, so that's why she felt so tired now. Her heart was still racing when she thought back to that moment. This was the first time she had witnessed someone being murdered so horribly. She reminded herself not to overthink things as there was still much to do. Cana sat up and tried to get out of bed. Callen told her to rest more. He asked what happened to the wound on her arm. Cana walked away coldly. It's best not to mind it. You don't need to know. Suddenly, Callen grabbed the blanket she was wearing and pulled her back. We're talking. I have a few things to say, and I need to hear some things too. Cana shook his hand off. I have nothing to say to you. Cana said she needed to go to the laboratory to work. Callen continued to ask, aren't you going to tell me how you got hurt? I think you should rest today. Looking so pale, you might faint again. He called out, Sister. Cana was angry. I told you not to call me that. Who are you to call me that? Why are you interfering in my affairs? You're nothing to me. We are nothing to each other, so don't act like we have a deep connection. Callen was saddened. He tried to explain to Cana. But Cana said, don't make that face. Those words are nothing compared to what you did to me. Do you think I'm that easy? Callen explained that he now regretted the past and wanted to mend their relationship. Cana found his words ridiculous. What are you talking about? You always do as you please. When you hate me, I have to know my place, but when you don't hate me anymore, you treat me kindly. Why me? Callen told her not to be like that. We'll still have to see each other in the future, no matter what happened in the past, it can't change the fact that we are sisters. Just now, while you were delirious, you still remembered me, didn't you? Didn't you look at me and call me your brother? I guess somewhere in your heart you still yearn to rely on your family. Cana didn't remember doing that. He smiled seductively, rely on me. You only have me. Callen confidently told Cana to rely on him. Because besides him, she has no one to rely on. She can't count on Mr. Osini, Isabel, or her mother. Not even her father. Last night, her father watched her faint. That night, Duke Alexandro stood there still. Like a collapsing ice castle. The Duke called Callen's name. He spoke as if he was about to give an order. But in the end, he just turned around and left. That's why Callen took Cana back to her room himself. He helped her bandage her wounds and called a servant to change her clothes. Cana scoffed, the brother I'm looking for isn't you. It's arrogant of him to call himself her brother. Callen wondered if it wasn't him, then who was it? Isabel. Osini. Cana irritably explained that during her 7 years away from the Addis family, she had a brother. He's the same age as Callen. So, the person she's looking for isn't him. Callen seemed angry. Who is that brat? Cana was annoyed that he dared to call her brother a brat. He loudly reproached, just calling him a brat makes you feel this bad. Cana pushed him away. Callen, while I'm still being nice, leave. Callen was resentful. If that's what you want, I'll leave. I won't care anymore. Do whatever you want. She remained silent. She went into her laboratory. He said he wanted to build a good relationship. How ridiculous. Words like that should have been said before she made this drug. At the age of 14, she made it so she could die. It's a drug that stops the heart. A 14-year-old didn't hesitate to take this drug. Cana was determined to stop thinking about it. She doesn't have the free time to wander in her thoughts. Because she received an important request. Yesterday, after finishing the princess's treatment, the empress personally escorted her to the carriage. She explained that the illness made the princess more irritable, but as a child, the princess was a very obedient and well-behaved child. The empress said she would only trust Cana. She complimented Cana on her always fragrant scent. The empress asked what kind of perfume she used. It was a scent she had never smelled before. Cana explained that it was a perfume she had painstakingly searched for on the market, and offered to give the empress a bottle later. This is the perfume Cana used to sell online, a scent recreated using Eastern continent plants. She had been diligently preparing for 2 weeks to distribute it at the party. She thought it had failed due to Lillian's disruption, but she didn't expect her first customer to be the empress. Cana focused and started her work. At that moment, in a certain mansion, Argan boasted to Duke Sylvian about meeting Cana. He rambled on about her beauty. "She's truly a beauty. I'm smitten. Has the Duke never been like this? Isn't the Duke's true preference men?" Sylvian didn't seem very interested. Argan continued to recount how Cana had fallen into his arms with a frightened look. He said he drew his sword. Hearing this, Sylvian stopped writing. He looked up and asked, "Was she killed?" Argan laughed and replied, "Yeah." Sylvian gave him an icy stare. Then, Argan chuckled and said that the person he killed was a spy disguised as a coachman, not the Duchess. Hearing this, Sylvian continued his work. He simply said, "All right then," much to Argan's confusion. "Since she didn't die, finding a new wife probably won't happen, huh?" Argan tried to hint about his sword being made of magic stone. Even a slight graze would cause a lot of bleeding, enough to make someone faint at least once, to pique Sylvian's curiosity. Seeing that Sylvian was still unmoved, he said, "Cana might get caught up in something troublesome." Sylvian said coldly, "I don't care, and this isn't something your highness should interfere in. Please stop paying attention to Valentino." Argan laughed. "How cold. If I had such a beauty, I'd always keep her by my side." Back to Cana. All the unpleasant things she encountered had passed. She cursed inwardly, "This family is so troublesome." She had finished packing her luggage. The monsters in the black fog appeared again. Because Duke Alexandro, Callen, and even Sylvian are of knightly lineage, they all joined the expedition. "Itchy. So itchy." A loud scream followed by the sound of a vase crashing to the floor. It was Princess Amelia's voice. Today is the princess's 5th treatment session. A vase breaks every time they meet, so this is the 5th one. The princess hugged herself in pain. "When will the medicine be ready? My skin feels like it's burning. I'd rather die than live like this." Despite her discomfort, the princess vividly remembered Cana's instructions. She stopped using mercury, wore clothes made of fabrics only commoners would wear, and didn't scratch her wounds. That strong will is the desire to be cured. Cana said cheerfully, "I apologize for taking up your time. I brought a new medicine to replace the mercury. The name of this ointment is jongo, a herb written about in the Dongui Bogum, widely used from the Joseon dynasty to the present. This is a popular product at the online shopping mall that Cana used to run in South Korea. It's an ointment she's made many times, so it was completed quickly. It took so long, because she was waiting for the empress to prepare the ingredients. She applied the medicine and told the princess to apply it regularly, and in the same way she was doing. The princess said, "I heard the empress delivered the medicine to madam yesterday. I thought it would take a few more days, but I didn't expect it to be so fast." Cana smiled, "It's thanks to you following my instructions." The princess thought sadly, "You must have been very tired of putting up with me. So I also want to get better quickly." Cana couldn't help but wonder, the empress said she has good relationships with merchants, so why did she send the ingredients so late? If she'd sent them earlier, the itching would have been cured already. If she were in South Korea, she could get them from her shopping mall's warehouse, as it's a best-selling product always in stock. She wondered if her shopping mall was being managed well, and how Juhua was doing. She must be happy with her loving family, unlike her own. The princess felt better after applying the medicine. She said happily, "It still itches, but I can bear it." Cana instructed, "Take the medicine 3 times a day. Finish it and don't leave any behind." She bid the princess farewell, and said she would return tomorrow. Suddenly, the princess called her back. "I apologize to madam for throwing the vase in anger." She invited Cana to stay for tea and conversation. Afterward, Cana and the princess drank tea together until sunset. To thank Cana for her treatment, she gifted her a precious carriage. Cana didn't expect to become close to the princess like this. It's truly a miracle. Because their first meeting was so terrible, even though it was a dangerous transaction to ensure her life. Now she's grateful for this encounter. A few days later, the empress thanked Cana for the precious perfume. She worried, it's been 2 weeks, and the princess still isn't cured. Cana explained, this isn't an illness that can be completely cured in a short time. However, the itching is almost gone, so please rest assured, Your Majesty. At that moment, there was an announcement that the second prince had arrived. The empress became cheerful. It's Amelia's younger brother and the heir to the throne, Crescent. The empress said, my beloved son, what brings you here? If you had sent word, I would have gone to greet you myself. Cana also stood up to greet him. Crescent asked her about Amelia's condition. He really wanted to visit, but his mother stopped him. Hearing this, the empress exclaimed, you absolutely must not come to the princess's palace. It's like a cave of bacteria, so you must never enter. Crescent reassured the empress not to worry. Cana paused slightly upon hearing those words. She felt uncomfortable witnessing this scene. She thought she would be able to leave quickly. But the prince asked to take a walk with her. He complimented her, I've heard rumors of your beauty. Beautiful and knowledgeable in medicine. They walked and talked. But at this point, Cana felt strange. It was as if the prince was leading her to a secluded place. Suddenly, the prince turned to look at her. Now there's no one here. Finally, I'm alone with madam. Cana didn't understand what he was saying. Could it be like with that Argan guy? She panicked as Crescent took her hand. But, he slipped a bottle of something into her hand. Crescent looked worried. This is the antidote. It can save you and my sister. Keep it a secret from others. From afar, someone approached. It was the royal knights. They were armed and requested Cana to accompany them to the palace. Cana was puzzled by this request. They continued, this is a royal order. Princess Amelia has passed away. According to the maid who witnessed it, the princess said she felt tired all day. She suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. The royal physician diagnosed that the princess's heart had stopped. She must have been exposed to an unknown poison. The first person they accused was Cana. The empress slapped her. I entrusted you to treat my child. I trusted you. How dare you? She continuously slapped her face. Cana coldly said it wasn't her. The empress raged, you still won't confess. The food the royal family consumes is served after being tested for poison. Therefore, if she ingested poison, it could only have been from the medicine you gave her. Cana insisted it wasn't her, but the empress didn't listen and continued to slap and accuse her. Confess and beg for my forgiveness. I was wrong to trust your remedy, which caused my child to die like this. Cana seemed to want to say something. She looked up, her eyes sharp, at the empress. I didn't do it. The empress cried, you're still denying it. After killing my daughter. How shameful. She ordered. This prisoner is not allowed any food or drink until she confesses. After she left, Cana lay down on the floor, exhausted. She's so violent. It wasn't the first time she'd been locked up like this, but it was the worst. Even her clothes were taken. They acted without any basic courtesy, treating her like an animal. They didn't even have solid evidence. The reason many people treated her so disrespectfully is that she's just the forgotten duchess. She has no power to protect herself. And no one to protect her. So what she needs to survive in this cruel world is power. Power is the only thing she can have. Leaving the prison cell, the empress went to the princess's room to check if she was really dead. Looking at Amelia lying there, the empress's whole body trembled. My poor, innocent daughter. How could your heart stop beating? The doctor must have misdiagnosed. It's all my fault. I'm sorry for saying those hurtful things to you. So, please. At that moment, A man walked in and said, "So my daughter is truly dead." The empress panicked, stammering, "I apologize. It's all my fault. I told the Duchess Valentino. The man is Luke, the emperor of the Aslan Empire." He was furious. How could you let a member of the royal family use a remedy not from a doctor, but from Cana? An empress committing such an irresponsible act. I never thought the empress would be foolish enough to cause a princess's death. Despite what happened, he calculated, Cana must be imprisoned, right? Tomorrow, we will hold a trial. Duke Valentino and Duke Addis are currently in the black fog. During this time, they will be cut off from outside communication, so we must finish this before they return. The princess has been murdered. We have sufficient reason to hold a trial. Cana murdered a member of the royal family. The Addis and Valentino families will also be implicated. The Addis and Valentino families are descendants of the holy knights who dispelled the black fog. They are lineages considered nobler than the royal family, thorns in the royal family's side. We need them, so we can't destroy them. However, this is an opportunity to undermine their reputation and enhance the value of the royal family. The woman nobody wants is a suitable pawn to use. The emperor planned, a public trial would be even better. The public can participate. I will grant the empress the authority to participate and preside. But when mentioning the culprit, don't mention the Valentino or Addis families, only Cana. I will speak to the judge beforehand, so don't worry. If this unfolds before the commoners, the eldest daughter of the Addis family and the Duchess Valentino will become a laughingstock. And then, we will sentence Cana to death. The next day, people were pointing and cursing. It's the black hair. She really has black hair and eyes. Oh my God, I've never seen anyone with black eyes like that before. Disgusting. The empress spoke, silence. She appeared tired, with dark circles under her eyes. The trial will begin. The judge asked Cana to step forward. Below, people were still whispering about Cana, and among them, a man in a black cloak seemed to be concealing his identity. He was silently observing the situation. In this unprecedented public trial, about 100 people were observing the proceedings, and there were many derogatory remarks about the Duchess. But the Empress remained silent in the face of these disrespectful actions, the reason being that this was her plan from the beginning. In other words, the purpose of this trial was to humiliate the families associated with Cana. The judge asked, "Is it true that you were responsible for treating Her Highness the Princess?" Cana replied, "Yes." He continued, "So it's true that you used Eastern medicine for the treatment?" Cana nodded. Seeing this, he shouted, "How could you treat such a dangerous disease with just herbal tea? You haven't even studied medicine. I have a list of the medicines the Duchess used, so I invited an expert in pharmaceuticals who runs an Eastern medicine clinic for their opinion." Cana frowned in thought. A pharmaceutical shop was just a tea shop. Did they call a beverage maker a pharmaceutical expert? The man called a pharmaceutical expert entered, and was asked to comment on the medicines Cana had used. He said, "It can be seen that among the medicinal ingredients, the Duchess used sculptor. This ingredient is made from the thorns of the juniper tree." The judge asked, "Is it harmful to humans?" He replied, "It's not harmful, but juniper thorns are a good remedy for constipation." The whole courtroom became noisy. People gossiped about Cana treating the princess's skin disease with a remedy for constipation. They called Cana a quack. He became excited. Not only that, besides juniper thorns, the Duchess also used rhubarb, gold, silver, yellow corvina, a total of more than 10 kinds of oriental medicine boiled into a soup. This prescription is more like a poison. The judge asked, "Are you sure?" He affirmed, "Herbal tea is only effective when brewed from a single ingredient. Moreover, she used too many pieces of wood, so the patient could experience severe dehydration." Unable to listen any longer, Cana decided to speak up, "Everything you said is wrong. Sculptor is not good for constipation, and what is used to treat constipation is not juniper thorns. If you want to treat constipation, you should use peeled and dried cinnamon seeds. It seems you've misunderstood the uses of the ingredients. He was startled by Cana's words. What is she saying? Use seeds to treat constipation. Not thorns. So thorns are not used to treat constipation. He shouted angrily, I am a pharmaceutical expert. Are you now teaching me what I am best at? Cana continued, I'm not teaching you, just pointing out your mistakes. If you're so confident, why don't you open a book on medicinal herbs and check? Then you'll know who's right and who's wrong. Determined not to lose, he opened the book. Fine, let's check. But as he read the words in the book, his eyes widened in surprise. Then he stood silently for a moment. The judge asked, Why are you suddenly silent? Seeing his strangeness, people became confused because he had mistaken the ingredients. They said they wouldn't go to his pharmacy anymore. Cana said, Juniper thorns are used to reduce swelling or pus. It is one of the good ingredients for treating skin diseases. It's written like that in the book, right? He started to get scared. How did she know? He was even confused about this issue. He stammered, what the Duchess said is correct. Cana was annoyed, wondering how much he had been paid to come here and humiliate her. Knowing he was wrong, he tried to argue back, juniper thorns are not the problem here. Using 10 different medicines at the same time is completely wrong. The Duchess prescribed a very dangerous prescription for Her Highness the Princess. She mixed it all together like a soup, but it's actually poison. Cana retorted, it's true that if you mix medicinal herbs carelessly, it will be very dangerous, especially when mixing those with opposing properties. However, if you know how to mix them correctly, it will produce a very effective product. The Empress sighed. How much longer do we have to listen to this nonsense? The trial is delaying the verdict while the Duchess's guilt is being exposed. Does this look amusing? She slammed the table. The royal princess is dead. How dare you prescribe the princess a medicine that only heretics use? This is an insult not only to the princess, but to the entire royal family. This crime deserves the execution of 3 generations. The Empress tried to calm down and sat back down. But His Majesty values the achievements of the Valentino and Addis families, so he won't issue that verdict. Therefore, just let the Duchess receive this punishment. Cana sneered. She knew that in this world, the royal family was more important than a trial. The Empress turned and asked, Judge, do you think the royal family's verdict is wrong? The judge could only nod in agreement that His Majesty's verdict was very correct. She continued, then I will not delay any further. The crime of causing the death of the princess by prescribing dangerous and unsafe medicine is a crime deserving the death penalty for 3 generations, according to royal law. The Emperor has shown mercy to the Duchess and carefully considered. Except for the Valentino and Addis families involved, only Duchess Valentino will receive the death penalty. Hearing those words, Cana silently bowed her head slightly. The whole courtroom became noisy, everyone shouting in unison, Die, you unlucky sinner. Crying won't do any good, black-haired witch. Pay for the crime of killing the royal princess with your life? Cana stood there covering her face. What the hell was going on? It was no different from her expectations. The trial with its predictable ending was truly boring. The people here saw her bowing her head as she was taken out, so they thought she was crying. But in reality, it was just to hide her extremely bored expression. At this time, something interesting happened. The man in the black cloak suddenly appeared in front of Cana's cell. It was Osini. He scoffed, You look great. Cana remembered that he hadn't participated in the Black Fog expedition. She asked, Didn't you participate in the military training camp? Osini said angrily, I came here to see what you were doing. Your arrogance has finally crumbled, leading to this end. I always thought there would be a day when you'd ruin the family's honor like a piece of trash. Cana said coldly, Your wish has come true. Why don't you smile a little? Why is your face so stiff? He asked, How long are you going to act arrogant? Now you don't even have decent clothes to wear, and your face is bruised. You look terrible. Cana laughed as if to provoke him. Does my face look like it did when you hit me? You must be a little sad. Do what you want. It will be hard to see me after today. Osini's hand trembled as he gripped the cell door. You're about to be executed. Except for your father and your husband, no one can stop this. Seeing Cana still indifferent to the current situation, he shouted, Are you crazy? You're going to die tomorrow. Do you understand? Cana paused in thought. Shouldn't that be good news for him? Why was he acting like this now? Did this guy want that? Cana said, Osini, I'm sorry, to his astonishment. She stood up and walked towards him. I didn't expect to ruin the family's reputation like you said. I'm very ashamed. But please. When I die, please don't hate me anymore. Osini didn't expect her to say that. But suddenly, Cana's expression changed. Did you think I would say that? She flipped him off. I'm sorry, but not really. I don't want to waste my breath on you, so get lost. Osini was puzzled by her hand gesture. He called her crazy. She was no longer the Cana he knew. Cana turned away. Stop talking to this crazy woman and get out of here. Osini was silent for a moment, then said, Make a wish. Ask for my help, beg for my mercy. I will save you. Cana couldn't believe her ears. Amelia was dead. She was in jail and sentenced to death. She never thought this boring story could develop into this situation. Cana silently walked back to the cell door. She reached out and touched Osini. You're not kidding me, are you? Can you really help me escape execution? Osini said, At least until your father arrives, you won't die. Then I'll get you out of here and hide you somewhere. Of course, if your father turns a blind eye and spares you, you'll have to live in hiding for the rest of your life. You won't be able to live under the name Cana Valentino or Cana Addis. You'll have to run away like a wandering ghost with a new name and status. He smirked. Don't worry, I'll give you a place to hide and live. However, you must swear to be my slave for the rest of your life. So, beg like a worthless dog. Cana looked up and laughed. Are you kidding me? Find another way, idiot. Cana turned away. You stupid bastard should get out of here. Osini laughed loudly. He bent the cell door bars with his hands. He grabbed Cana's collar and pulled her towards him. Do you prefer to choose death? She remained indifferent. Yeah, so get out of my face. He said angrily, Fine, do whatever you want. Just enjoy dying in there. With that, he turned and left. Cana was startled by Osini's actions. Thankfully, that bastard was gone. She didn't need help from him, her father, or her husband. She would protect herself. It was almost sunrise. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Everyone would be surprised, especially the empress, who would probably faint. In the princess's palace. Amelia suddenly sat up. She looked directly at her maid. The maid couldn't believe it and shouted, Her Highness the Princess is alive. Hearing the news, the empress immediately asked, What did you just say? The maid replied again, Princess Amelia is alive, Your Majesty. She was stunned. She dropped the teacup in her hand. Impossible. I was sure her heart had stopped beating. The maid was also frightened by this situation. The doctor said her blood vessels have started working again. He also said that Her Highness is very healthy. And that he may have misdiagnosed her earlier. I apologize, but His Majesty has also confirmed this. The Empress was like a madwoman. I said it was impossible. How dare you lie to me? The princess is definitely dead. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Your Majesty, are you all right? It was Amelia. Seeing the Empress's face, Amelia asked, What's wrong? Are you not happy that I'm alive? She quickly denied it. The princess smiled. Then please be happy, Your Majesty. She gave a forced smile. This was not fake news. Amelia, her daughter, the stain of her life. Her failure. The daughter who should have died, so she had killed her own daughter. The emperor had been cruel to her just because Amelia had a strange illness. He wouldn't accept it and threatened that if a terminally ill patient appeared in the royal family tree, even in death, she wouldn't have the honor of being an empress. None of my descendants shall carry this strange illness. If there were, it meant the empress's bloodline wasn't pure. After saying those words, the emperor never came to the harem again. Because of Amelia, her reputation and her son's reputation had been ruined. The empress had countless times imagined killing Amelia. She couldn't let this get in the way of her and her son, so she had used Cana. There was no way Cana could cure the princess, something that so many doctors couldn't do. This was even more certain when she only prescribed strange and meaningless things. So, everything had gone according to her plan. The plan to kill the princess was successful, and Cana was sentenced to death. Then her life would bloom again. But, what she never anticipated was that the supposedly dead person would come back to life. After the greetings, Amelia excused herself. The empress was afraid. She had used poison to kill the princess. In the near future, she couldn't act rashly, or she'd be suspected of planning to assassinate the princess. She had to subtly shift the blame to Cana's baseless remedies. If the princess was alive, she could still be accused of attempting to murder a royal. In any case, the emperor would give her the authority to handle it like the previous trial. After thinking it through, the empress sighed. She smiled with relief. Her composure didn't last long, as she looked down at her hands. Scratches of unknown origin appeared on her hands. The skin on her wrists also turned red. She was startled. An itchy sensation spread throughout her body. Earlier, in the cell, Cana had laughed. The empress felt the symptoms seemed familiar. She immediately went to the mirror. Looking at her reflection, she screamed. On the other side, Cana laughed. Is it okay to just take other people's things? Morning came, but Cana's execution hadn't been carried out, not even the next day, or the day after that. Back to the day she had tea with the princess. Amelia had told Cana that their tea time today was a secret. She probably didn't expect that this action would not only save her own life, but also Cana's. The princess said, "This is a very expensive tea, so the empress told me to drink it alone. I heard it's not grown in the Western continent." Cana thanked the princess for her kindness, but when she saw what was inside the teapot, Cana's eyes widened. She asked, "Did the empress give this to you, saying it was medicinal tea?" Amelia nodded. Cana stared at it. This is Cho-o, the root of the aconite flower. In the past, in Joseon, it was a poison with such a high mortality rate that it was used as an ingredient in poisons. Although it is possible to reduce its toxicity and use a small amount of it as medicine, it must be used with extreme caution. It is an extremely poisonous and dangerous medicine. So ordinary people without relevant knowledge should absolutely not use it carelessly. Cana asked worriedly, "When did the empress give this to you? Didn't she have any requests when she gave it to you?" Although Amelia didn't understand why Cana was asking, she still replied, "I just received it this morning. Its shelf life isn't long, so the empress told me to finish it within 3 days." Cana had a bad feeling. If she finished drinking this within 3 days, she would die immediately. She wondered, could this be a coincidence due to the empress's lack of understanding of Eastern medicine? Why, right before she had me treat the princess with medicine, did the empress give her this poison? If Amelia drank this and died, wouldn't it be the perfect situation to blame me? Something wasn't right. The empress had quickly assigned the treatment to someone without a reputation like her, but was slow in delivering the medicine she requested. Callen, although alone, had still found all the necessary medicines to treat Lucy the very next day. All the ingredients she requested were recorded in the Eastern continent's medicinal drawings. And those were ingredients that could be easily found with money and power. There was no shortage of information or suppliers for them in the Western continent. But Cho-o was different. It wasn't recorded anywhere. Or perhaps its uses hadn't been clearly proven in the eastern continent. Assuming Cho wasn't known as a poisonous herb in the eastern continent, so western continent people wouldn't know or easily find it. Then no one in the world would dare to sell such an unidentified plant to the empress and call it medicine. That meant this was a poison the empress had deliberately purchased, not for treatment, but for poisoning. Cana had a headache when she realized this plot. If the empress blamed her after the poisoning, the emperor would easily cover it up, as both the Addis and Valentino families would be held responsible. And no one would want to clear her name. It was a trap from the beginning, but she had misjudged her opponent. She wouldn't be easily fooled like that. Cana calmed down and explained everything to Amelia. After hearing that, Amelia was silent for a moment. She calmly said, "So that's how it is." Cana thought she wouldn't believe her, but on the contrary, Amelia said she already knew that at some point the empress might kill her. From a few years ago, only occasionally, but the empress's eyes when looking at her showed that she felt ashamed of her. Perhaps the empress thought she was hindering Crescent's future, because the empress loved Crescent more than anyone. Amelia said sadly, "Now that the empress is determined to remove the obstacle, so this is the moment." Cana asked, "So, are you planning to die gently?" "Princess, I don't want to die because of being accused. I want to live." Seeing the princess silent, Cana said, "Then first, you have to die. Anyway, the empress will definitely kill you, until she no longer feels ashamed of you. So, princess, pretend that you are being harmed. After that, show the empress that the Cho is not effective, then she will have to find a new way to assassinate you. During that time, you will be able to become the daughter the empress doesn't feel ashamed of. I have a way. I made a kind of medicine when I was 14 years old because I wanted to die without pain. When you drink it, your heart will gradually slow down and then stop, but I don't know if there was any error. My heart didn't stop beating, it maintained a slow beating state, and only beat once every 1 or 2 minutes, and it looked like the heart had stopped beating. The medicine will lose its effect in a day, so you will wake up before my execution is carried out." In the cell, the royal knight who was sent called Cana. He bowed his head and apologized for his previous rudeness. "Currently, the empress is looking for Madam. I hope you will give us the honor of serving you." Cana was taken to the empress's room. She was currently feeling itchy all over her body. Her whole body felt like it was burning. Hearing the news that Cana had arrived, she immediately asked her to treat her. Suddenly, Cana felt dizzy. The empress, seeing her not alert, threatened to punish her if Cana didn't treat her immediately. She grabbed her hand, repeatedly telling her to heal her, as she had done with Amelia. Cana couldn't stand it anymore, she collapsed. The cruel empress grabbed her hair and cursed, "You bitch, open your eyes, you have to heal me before you faint." Seeing that violent action, the royal knight spoke up and told her to calm down. It seemed that Cana had lost strength due to the hard life in prison. Ignoring the dissuasion, she continued to order, "Even if you have to spray water on her face, wake her up. Bring water quickly, otherwise burn her skin to wake her up. If she still doesn't wake up, cut off her fingers." At this time, the emperor appeared. He said, "Empress, what the hell are you doing? I know the empress's wickedness, but how can you behave like those lowly people on the street?" She wanted to explain, but the emperor turned his back and left. The empress thought she had done nothing wrong. If anything, it was the sin of devoting all her energy to the royal family. Yet now the emperor said it was all her fault. The empress, as if going crazy, grabbed Cana's neck. This bitch knew the emperor was coming, so she pretended to faint. Hearing that, Cana sneered inwardly, "The empress is quite perceptive. Actually, I was just pretending to faint." Despite the dissuasion, she continued to strangle and curse her. At this moment, someone outside was trying to get inside to see the situation. Hearing the noise outside the door, she turned to look. Cana also opened her eyes to look. The person who entered was Duke Alexandro. Everyone was surprised. He didn't consider Cana as his daughter. But why did he come here looking like he had rushed from the battlefield? Seeing Cana unconscious, the Duke had a cold expression. He reached out his hand, went to Cana, and picked her up. He stood up and left, without leaving a word. The empress could only sit and watch Cana being taken away without daring to speak. In the carriage, Cana was puzzled by her father's actions. What's wrong with him? Why is he letting me sit next to him like this? The opposite seat is still empty. Why did father come all the way here? It's as if I'm some important existence. She wanted to open her eyes. Why isn't father doing anything? I thought he would at least slap me on the cheek to interrogate me. Is he asleep? Cana opened her eyes to look. She was startled. The Duke was still awake and looking at her. Cana quickly closed her eyes, pretending she hadn't woken up yet. He probably hasn't noticed yet. Why is he staring at someone who fainted? Is my face so swollen, so strange that he has to keep looking? I don't know anymore. Have I ever known what's going on in this man's head? Don't think too much, I should endure this moment. After arriving at the Addis mansion, the Duke even personally took Cana to her bedroom. He didn't do anything further and left. Later, Leah brought warm water, and Cana felt her hands cleaning her body. It had been a long time since Cana had lain on this soft bed. It lulled her to sleep, entrusting her body to Leah's hands. Several days had passed since Cana returned to the Addis mansion. Not long after, the Empress came herself. She still hadn't changed her personality. Gnashing her teeth in anger, "Do you know how much I've suffered? Hurry up and give me the medicine." Cana didn't say a word, but opened the medicine bottle and put it in her mouth. After drinking that medicine, the pain immediately disappeared. The Empress burst into tears and knelt before Cana. Cana smiled with satisfaction. The Empress had to experience moments of pain as the disease spread. It was an excruciating pain, as if her whole body was being ironed. With this pain, the power and position that the Empress had accumulated over time, all valuable things like gold, silver, and precious stones became useless, because nothing could erase the hellish pain. The moment the Empress received the medicine from Cana, she felt the pain all over her body disappear surprisingly quickly. It wasn't just a simple medicine. It was a deliverance. But that feeling of relief only lasted for a few seconds. The real torture began when she had a brief glimmer of hope. She needed more medicine. So, to get the medicine, the Empress grabbed her skirt and begged Cana. "I was wrong, I'm sorry. I was really stupid. Please help me, I'm really sorry. I can give you everything I have, I can't stand this pain anymore." Cana replied, after a brief examination, "I have a diagnosis. You have the same illness as Princess Amelia. Because of your age, the symptoms seem to be more severe. But don't worry, because your illnesses are similar, it's not too difficult for me to cure. However, the effect is only temporary, as you just experienced. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to create the perfect cure yet." The Empress pleaded with Cana, "Even just for a little while, let me escape this pain." But Cana said something she didn't expect. "Temporary medicine is not enough. I will try to cure this disease for you." The Empress, as if not believing what she had just heard, asked again, "You will try to completely cure me? After I treated you so rudely, you still save me? Ordinary people wouldn't do that." Cana patted her chest and affirmed, "As a citizen of the Empire, how can I turn a blind eye when the Empress is suffering? If I continue my research, I can create a long-lasting medicine, and maybe one day cure this disease. I will definitely create such a medicine." The Empress was moved. How can she have such clear and innocent eyes towards someone who has been violent towards her? "I was mistaken from the beginning. Cana is a woman unlike any other." Cana said, "To do that, I need the best environment." The Empress immediately agreed to this request. She repeatedly thanked and apologized to Cana. So Cana's plan was successful. Now it's time to enjoy. Enjoy the image of this empire's most powerful woman crying like a beast at her feet. After giving the Empress a chest full of temporary medicines, the Empress immediately funded the things I requested. A medicinal herb area was installed on one side of the laboratory. It was filled with medicinal herbs from the eastern continent. After everything was done, the princess and Cana had an appointment. Cana said, because the empress used a lot of perfume mixed with my special medicine, she had such severe symptoms. The princess said, the empress didn't allow me to scratch in front of everyone, every time I had to bite my lip and endure it. She was very strict with me. The princess laughed. As promised, I won't tell anyone about that medicine. From Cana's perspective, she had gained the trust of both the princess and the empress. She was about to talk about the treatment when someone arrived. It was Prince Crescent. The princess asked her if she minded letting the prince in. Cana remembered the first time she met him, then replied, "It's okay." The prince entered and asked, "How are you feeling, sister?" "I was very worried." Amelia asked, "I heard you gave Madam the antidote before she was arrested, right? So you knew in advance that I would be poisoned?" The prince smiled, "I knew Mother tried to poison you." Both Cana and Amelia were surprised by this answer. The prince sat down and recounted. "After the Duchess agreed to treat you, no one was allowed in or out of your palace without Mother's permission. I tried to prevent that, but Mother cleverly blocked it. I couldn't ask anyone for the antidote, and I couldn't deliver it myself, so I pretended that I happened to meet the Duchess. But I was one step too late. I'm sorry I couldn't help you." Cana looked at him with a suspicious expression. Why is he telling this to the princess? Currently, Amelia is pretending not to know the Empress's plan. Why did he come here and reveal that secret? Crescent asked, "What are you going to do now, sister? I can be a witness for you, if you want." Both the princess and Cana were surprised by these words. Crescent continued, "If you want to report this to the Emperor, I will help you." Cana was worried. She thought Crescent's words were just lies. Would he help with the accusation? What is he plotting? The Marquis Mercy family, with their enormous wealth, controlled the continent. This was a prestigious family that had produced many generations of empresses. The current empress also came from this family. The Duke of Mercy was the empress's younger brother. They were both famous for their deep sibling affection. They were so close that the empress's wishes were also the Duke of Mercy's wishes. If he dared to accuse the empress, the Duke of Mercy would also suffer the blow. And Crescent, who until now had been supported by the Duke of Mercy, would certainly lose his biggest support. As the next powerful emperor, the prince was in the midst of a political war. Was he planning to abandon the Mercy family and the empress? It was absurd. Surely the prince was trying to find out if Amelia intended to take revenge on the empress. She had to tell the princess about this. The princess spoke. "Crescent, I don't understand what you're saying. The empress deliberately poisoned me. I don't understand what you're saying. Don't just casually say those things. I'm afraid someone might hear." Crescent smiled sinisterly. "I apologize, it seems I misunderstood." "You're truly wise." Cana rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, Amelia realized the strangeness. These royals are a mess. The empress wanted to kill her own daughter. Siblings didn't trust each other, and tried to hide their true intentions. Could one survive in this royal family without shedding too much blood and tears? Up to this point, Crescent still behaved like a real sibling to the princess. Could his giving the antidote to save Amelia be his last conscience? Without thinking much more, Cana stood up and excused herself. Time ticked by. In just 2 weeks, the capital became quiet. It was as if the news of the princess's death, or Cana's death sentence, had happened a decade ago. Cana's daily life also became peaceful. Amelia's treatment was going well. The men of the Addis family had gone to the Black Fog and hadn't returned yet. Occasionally, Cana met Chloe and Isabel, but they just ignored her and didn't bother her. The peace didn't last long. Cana encountered trouble again. A group of knights was sent to bring her back to the Valentino mansion at Josephine's request. She was bewildered. "They chased me away before, but now they are calling me back, and they even sent 10 knights just to deliver the message." Surely they wanted to put pressure on her. If she didn't cooperate, they would forcibly drag her away. Cana skillfully refused. Currently, my body is not well. As you know, it hasn't been long since I was wrongly convicted and imprisoned. The lead knight said, the Valentino family also has a very good doctor. You will be well taken care of there. While trying to deal with these people, suddenly someone pushed her from behind. It was Chloe. She laughed and told Cana to go home quickly. You've been gone for a while, it's your mother-in-law who called you back, not anyone else. Even if you're not feeling well, you have to come back. She turned and threatened her, even if you die, you must die in the Valentino family, that's the duty of a daughter-in-law. She pushed Cana and told the knights to take her home. Because Callen, Osini, or Alexandra weren't there, Chloe's words were law. Cana knew she couldn't resist, so she agreed to the request. Back at the Valentino Duke's mansion, Josephine angrily slapped her, you are the shame of the Valentino family. Do you know how much Valentino's reputation has plummeted because of you? Cana stood still, enduring the beating from this harsh woman. Because of things like you, I've been slandered in high society. Since leaving the mansion, you've only damaged Valentino's honor. Don't even think about going out for now. She ordered Cana locked in her room. Cana argued against Josephine's decision. She still had to treat the princess. She angrily said, quit your job. I'll talk to the empress directly. Don't you ever practice medicine again. After saying that, she locked her in the room and confiscated all her luggage to prevent her from escaping. She didn't let her out of the house for several months, only leaving her a thin nightgown. This was too much for her to bear. There were 2 people guarding Cana's room. Seeing the door slightly open, the guard said, Duchess, you are not allowed to go out. Before he finished speaking, the 2 of them were drugged. Fortunately, Cana had hidden it on her just in case. Although Cana could wait until one day when the empress needed medicine, and then she would be rescued. But last time, she had sent a lot of medicine to the empress, so she couldn't waste time waiting for the empress to use it all. She wanted to go outside immediately, but she couldn't in such thin pajamas. Cana looked around. She thought, there was a high probability that Sylvian wasn't in his room. In her 7-year memory, he had rarely been home. She decided to go into his room and steal a robe. Opening the door and entering, there was no sign of Sylvian inside. Cana quickly searched for the wardrobe. Just as she was about to look for it, a voice suddenly spoke from behind her. What are you doing? Lady Cana. Cana couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her heart was filled with questions about why this bastard Sylvian was hiding there. After a moment of silent staring at each other, Sylvian suddenly spoke, dressed like that in someone else's bedroom. Hearing this, Cana instinctively raised her hand to cover herself. She only now realized that she was only wearing a thin white nightgown. Cana couldn't help but curse inwardly, if you know that, why don't you turn your face away? What are you looking at, shameless? Sylvian was still leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking at Cana with a cold expression. Cana turned around and said, I didn't know the Duke was in the room. Sylvian snorted sarcastically, you didn't know. Cana quickly made up an excuse, saying that if she knew Sylvian was in the room, she definitely wouldn't have barged in. She knew full well that this reason sounded unconvincing, and that she herself didn't think he would believe her. But contrary to her expectations, Sylvian just smiled and asked, Then why did you come into my room? To steal a robe and run away. That's what she thought in her head, but she didn't dare and couldn't say it out loud. Should I run away? What should I say? Cana pondered for a long time, still not knowing what excuse she could find to cover up this incident. Sylvian broke the silence again, I heard you're having a hard time, but it seems you're doing better than I thought. Cana turned her head in confusion to look at Sylvian. He continued, I know Lady Cana is struggling with a lot of things. Cana didn't seem to understand what he meant. She wanted to know what is struggling with everything implied. How should I say this? Do you know that everything you do will be disadvantageous to the Valentino family? Cana froze, her whole body stiff, not knowing what to say. His words were like a harsh criticism. Calm as a lake, but definitely a criticism. Does he want all the attention after I was sentenced to death? A harsh criticism based on a huge misunderstanding. There's a limit to what an unfortunate person can endure. Cana laughed loudly and said, "Sir, I made everything clear before." Before she could finish her sentence, Sylvian raised his hand to interrupt her. "Very well, I will make a deal with Lady Cana. In bed." As he spoke, he stepped closer to Cana. "Let's go to bed. Or do you want a different, special place?" Cana was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Her eyes widened. "A deal in bed? Wow, this guy really is." A smirk appeared on Sylvian's lips as he looked at her. "He always treats me like trash." She shuddered with anger as she thought. "What kind of deal do you want? It seems like the Duke wants me to do something." Sylvian immediately replied, "Yes, you just need to be quiet like before. Like the past 7 years, and throughout Cana's life, an existence that no one cares about, fainter than a shadow." Sylvian continued, "Instead, will you deal with me? That means I have somewhat fulfilled my responsibilities as a husband, isn't that what Lady Cana wants?" Cana scoffed inwardly, "Do you have the guts to do that?" But outwardly, she just gave a cold laugh and said, "No, this is not what I want. This is definitely not what either I or Juhua want." Rolling around in bed while being looked at with contempt. Sylvian's smile immediately disappeared from his face. He looked at her coldly. He lowered the arm that was close to Cana and reminded her, "It's better for you to be honest like before." Cana wondered if that was what bothered Sylvian. All of her actions and words had become a ploy to attract his attention, to the point that it became increasingly annoying. Perhaps he thought the matter would be more easily resolved with their bodies. "If that's really the case, then enough is enough, because I don't feel the need to talk to you anymore." Thinking this, Cana lowered her head. Then, she quickly put on a forced smile and said, "Fine, then let me tell you what I want. Of course, I won't be able to overlook this humiliation." She slowly reached down and pulled on the side of her dress. Her other hand slid inside the silk dress. Then, she slowly walked closer to Sylvian. "The reason I came here is so that I can." Cana came close to Sylvian and placed a hand on his chest. Sylvian was momentarily surprised, then quickly smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, Cana pulled out a bottle of sleeping perfume from under her nightgown. She held it up and shouted at Sylvian, "It's none of your business." Then, she immediately sprayed the perfume directly into Sylvian's face. "You don't need to bother. What I want. I don't need your attention." Sylvian, caught off guard, stumbled backward. Cana covered her mouth and laughed loudly. "Like this? Because it's none of your business. You understand?" She knew the effect of this perfume well. Just one spray was enough to knock out the entire Valentino nights. "You idiot. You'll be sleeping in bed alone." Cana smiled triumphantly, having achieved her goal. She gleefully went over her plan of action. While he was unconscious, she would take his robe and escape from here. At this moment, Cana stopped laughing. She looked dazed, as if realizing something. "Huh? Why isn't he unconscious?" Sylvian, after being sprayed with perfume, could still stand firm, completely unaffected. She was puzzled. "Impossible. If I look more closely." Sylvian gave a chilling smile and questioned, "What did you just do, Lady Cana? Did you just attack me?" As he questioned, he quickly approached her. Cana, frightened, unconsciously took a few steps back. "What's going on? Why isn't he unconscious?" Cana panicked, not knowing what to do. She closed her eyes and sprayed straight ahead. "Not enough dosage." "I don't know." But after a while, he was still the same as before, completely fine. Cana didn't seem too surprised. "Just as I predicted, this method won't work." She helplessly lowered her hand, stammering, unable to speak. Cana tried to reassure herself. Calm down, Cana. They say even if you enter a tiger's den, you can still survive. She tried to explain, so, I've thought the Duke couldn't sleep because of the huge workload. Let me ease this burden for you. You know, sleep is a very important part of controlling the quality of life, isn't it? Although she knew her words sounded absurd and unbelievable, Cana couldn't think of anything better to say than this nonsense. Sylvian smiled, seeing through her ploy. He said sarcastically, is that so? Damn it, look at that face. It clearly didn't work. Cana was still thinking of a way out when, suddenly, Sylvian grabbed her hand holding the perfume bottle. Cana struggled, wanting to escape from Sylvian, but couldn't pull her hand away because his strength was too great, making her unable to move. Sylvian easily snatched the perfume bottle from her hand. His expression was cheerful, but his words were icy. Lady Cana, we've had a fun time, haven't we? He then sprayed the perfume on her. Cana was stunned. Sylvian acted so quickly that she couldn't react, only able to stand frozen in place. Affected by the perfume, Cana's mind started to become hazy, her eyelids slowly drooping. You bastard! Before collapsing into Sylvian's arms, Cana was still wondering why the sleeping perfume, which clearly had an immediate effect, wasn't effective on Sylvian. As Cana fainted in his arms, Sylvian couldn't help but burst out laughing. The next morning, in the living room, Madame Chloe was sipping tea, with a variety of pastries displayed on a tray. She sighed in satisfaction. What a wonderful tea party, without any worries. It seems like the Valentino family has dealt with that troublesome girl. I feel much more at ease. At this moment, a maid suddenly entered the room. She carefully reported to her, Madame Chloe, Duke Addis has returned. Madame Chloe couldn't hide the joy on her wrinkled face, because peace had finally returned to this house. Madame Chloe slowly walked towards Duke Addis's room and asked the maid, is he in his bedroom? The maid respectfully followed behind and bowed, yes, madam. Duke Alexandro and Madame Chloe had quite different personalities. They both stayed in separate rooms, even though they were married, but that was good for her. Because he didn't let anyone into his room. That stubborn refusal to let anyone near him, I find it quite amusing. Alexandro is the type of man who isn't interested in anything in the world. Madame Chloe had arrived at the Duke's room. Alexandro was sitting at the reception table, sipping tea. Madame Chloe spoke first. Welcome back, Your Grace. You've worked hard. If you want to bathe, I'll go and prepare the bath for you. Alexandro coldly refused this offer. No need. Madame Chloe breathed a sigh of relief. The relief was clearly visible on her face, because she seemed to have anticipated his immediate refusal. And she was glad that she still understood the Duke best. Madame Chloe walked towards Alexandro and sat down on the chair placed right next to him. I also heard that the monsters have come out of the black fog again. It's been a long time since the last time, but every time, these monsters become more ferocious. She put on a flattering smile as she spoke. You are working very hard to protect the Aslan Empire and the rest of the continent. Although it sounded like a perfunctory compliment, it was actually true. If it weren't for the descendants of the Addis and Valentino families, the Western continent would face similar tragedy and destruction as the Southern continent. So they had a status equivalent to a high-ranking religious temple, bringing faith to people during that time. All descendants of the two families had a great influence on the people, as they were considered the only ones capable of fighting the Black Fog. Therefore, the peace of the entire continent depends on this man, and I am very glad that the man who can protect the entire empire is my husband. That is why I will not let you worry about trivial matters. You have been on the front lines for quite some time. Perhaps you should spend some time at home resting. I have taken care of all the recent troubles myself. You were very annoyed, weren't you, because of that girl, Callen? Just hearing Cana's name mentioned, Duke Alexandro's face immediately darkened. He glared at Madame Chloe as if to warn her. Seeing this, she knew her cue and immediately fell silent, but couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. Why is he looking at me like that? How long has it been since I felt such a piercing gaze directed at me? She didn't understand what the Duke wanted her to do. Duke Alexandro just stared at her without saying a word. Madame Chloe shivered. She anxiously stammered an explanation. Oh, it's just that the Valentino family came to take that girl away. I agreed. From now on, you don't have to worry about her anymore. What's this? Why do I feel this way? Like I've done something wrong. She wondered inwardly. Strange. Usually, he's indifferent to everything. So I don't think he would care about Cana. So what's with this heavy atmosphere around me? Huh? Sister, no way. Cana has returned to the Valentino mansion. Callen seemed to not believe what his mother had said. Did she go back on her own? He asked again, as if to verify something. Madame Chloe lost her patience and snapped back at Callen. So you think I kicked her out of the house? Even though Madame Chloe explained this much, Callen still didn't believe her story at all. Impossible. She was here to ask father for permission to divorce. What the hell happened while I was gone? Sister Cana was sentenced to death for attempting to murder Princess Amelia, but it was a misunderstanding, and she went back to take care of the princess. Callen's sister interrupted him. But is there a problem? She returned to her husband's house. That's a good thing, right? Callen turned and asked his mother, does father know about this? Madame Chloe faltered, hesitantly affirming. And father didn't say anything. No, well, he's always like that. Callen urged Madame Chloe, Mother, can you explain everything clearly to me? Osini scoffed. I knew this would happen. She took a lot of time to convince everyone that she wanted to divorce Duke Valentino, but then, as always, went back to him like a fool. Maybe it was just a ploy to get Sylvian's attention, but it seems things didn't work out, and she had to crawl back herself. Pathetic. But why should we care about her? Osini shouted. That dirty monster dared to use the Addis family's reputation to get Sylvian's attention. He said, angrily crushing the cup he was holding. His sister, seeing his reaction, became frightened. Brother, why are you reacting like this? Osini shouted back at her, because that monster made us look like fools. Look how readily she sacrifices herself for Sylvian. She made a joke out of the Addis family, and I became her joke, too. Maybe that's why she refused my offer then. That filthy woman bet her own life, just to set up a despicable ploy. Maybe she thought Sylvian would return to her. She wanted to wait until she was helped by Sylvian. Maybe that's why she didn't want me to do it. Osini vented his frustration, as he recalled the events. Callen was confused. Was there something between you and her? Oh no, I mean, Cana Valentino. What the hell are you talking about? Osini interrupted him and turned to leave. Do you think I have time to talk to that filthy monster? If you want to talk to that dirty woman, tell her I don't want to see her face near the Addis family again. If she dares to cross my path again, I won't let her off. That was the end of their conversation. Callen returned to his study. He held the papers, lost in thought as he recalled his younger brother's behavior. It's strange to see him so angry. He was angrier than usual, and even broke the cup he was holding. Exactly what happened between the two of them? Is it like what happened with me? You mean nothing to me, older sister, and you should think the same way. You also mean nothing to me. He recalled Cana's harsh words. If she rejected him like she did to me with such bitter words. But then, Callen tried to push aside these meaningful thoughts. He didn't want to care about their business anymore. Yes, she's gone. Let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, she doesn't want anything to do with this family. I tried to become closer, but she coldly refused. She built a wall herself and let go of my hand first, so I don't need to care about her anymore. At this moment, the image of Cana with another man appeared in Callen's mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't contain his anger and crumpled the paper in his hand. Or did she go to see that guy again, the one she considers her brother? If she met him during the past 7 years, they must have met at the Valentino mansion. Did she leave to meet him, her brother? Callen's face was now extremely unpleasant. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his face bulging. Suddenly, the door to his room opened with a creak, pulling Callen back to reality. Little Lucy stood outside the door and timidly spoke. "Brother Callen, so Sister Cana won't be coming back?" "I haven't said goodbye to her yet." Callen quickly regained his composure and cheerfully replied to the little girl. "Oh, Lucy, you don't have to do that." Lucy cautiously approached Callen. "Even so. Can I see her again?" "She won't treat me anymore." Little Lucy disappointedly lowered her head and sighed dejectedly. Hearing this, Callen seemed to remember something. Although Cana and Lucy had only met for a short time, perhaps they had become closer, as they saw each other daily due to the treatment. Every day she gave Lucy medicine. "I even completed my obligations, according to the contract." "Yes, that's it." No wonder I felt something was strange. Callen seemed enlightened. He remembered that the contract Cana signed was still not over. Callen quickly stood up and comforted the little girl. "Don't worry, Lucy. You'll see her today. I'll bring her back," he said with a smile as he left his desk. Callen softly reassured little Lucy. "Don't worry, you'll see her again today. I'll bring her back to this house." Hearing that, Lucy was extremely excited. She couldn't hide her joy and eagerly asked again, as if she still couldn't believe her ears. "Really? Promise?" Callen wanted to convince himself that he was doing this for Lucy. "Cana has to come back here, because she received a huge sum of money to treat Lucy." Thinking that, Callen went to the coat rack, put on his hat and coat. Preparing to depart for the Valentino family mansion. Callen's promise to bring Cana home made Lucy quickly happy again. She smiled brightly. "I'll bring her back right now," Callen said as he put on his hat. In his heart, he was silently blaming Cana for ignoring the contract and acting recklessly like a loose person. But he couldn't hide his joy at having the opportunity to see her again. At this time, in Sylvian's bedroom, Cana woke up with a start. She quickly sat up and looked around in a daze. "Where am I?" "Sylvian's room." "Where is he?" Then, Cana immediately reached under the hem of her dress where she had kept the sleeping perfume. "My sleeping perfume is gone." Cana unexpectedly smirked. Then, she immediately flew into a rage, repeatedly punching the pillow to vent her anger, while cursing Sylvian in her heart. "This is infuriating. That despicable bastard." Cana recalled last night's events. She wondered why the sleeping perfume had no effect on Sylvian. After she sprayed him with the perfume, he was still able to remain conscious and even snatch the bottle from her. Cana regretted, "If it had worked then, I could have escaped right away." At this moment, the voices of 2 knights came from outside the door. "Is she here? Are you sure she didn't go out? Maybe she's over there. Then I'll check the opposite direction." The 2 knights quickly passed by Sylvian's room. Hearing their voices, Cana immediately felt guilty. She thought to herself, "It seems the knights are still looking for me. I don't want to use this method, but I can't do anything else, since the sleeping perfume is gone, my last and secret weapon. A powdered poison that causes pain, as if the whole body is being bitten by insects. It's not life-threatening, and the pain will gradually subside in a few days. But they will have to endure intense pain during those days, to the point that even breathing will make them scream in agony. First, I'll spray this on the gate guards. While they are in chaos, I'll find a way to put this poison into the Duke's family's water container. A time of death will come when all the servants of the Valentino family writhe in this terrible pain. While Cana was still immersed in this plan, a maid suddenly opened the door and entered. She spoke timidly, "Excuse me, Your Grace. I need to clean." Before she could finish a sentence, she suddenly saw Cana sitting in a corner on the bed. The maid screamed in alarm. "Who's there? Why are you lying on the Duke's bed?" "You? Duchess." When she realized it was Cana, she quickly left the room, calling Madame Josephine's name as she went, as if she wanted to report to her immediately. Cana smirked inwardly. "Good. Consider this the price you pay for taking care of me so carelessly." The maid ran to Madame Josephine and whispered the whole story to her. Upon hearing this, Madame Josephine was so surprised that she blurted out loud, "What? Cana is in Sylvian's bedroom." Lillian, hearing this news, immediately turned to stone. Her face darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. She asked Madame Josephine, "Cana is in Sylvian's bedroom?" She then continued to question her, "Why is Cana in Sylvian's bedroom? Did they sleep together?" Madame Josephine, realizing her slip, hurriedly explained, "No way. Sylvian has been out since early morning." It seems Cana was hiding in Sylvian's room. She thought to herself, wondering where this Cana had run off to in the middle of the night. But then this happened right when the princess arrived. Her plan for a royal daughter-in-law was about to fail. Thinking of this, she became anxious, quickly reassuring Princess Lillian. "That girl has always been like that. Actually, Sylvian is very soft-hearted and not good at refusing." Lillian said nothing, just stared at her for a long time. Josephine flinched at the princess's cold gaze. She shivered. The princess will never believe such an absurd excuse. This won't do. I'll have to accept the princess's wrath. Josephine then turned and shouted at the servants, "Bring Cana here immediately. She dared to defile the Duke's bed. She will be punished." She urged them angrily, "Hurry up. Call the knights and bring that girl to me." Lillian was pondering. It seems they didn't sleep together. She analyzed the situation. "After the incident with the Grand Duchess being poisoned, I thought Sylvian would consider divorce. Indeed, there is no better husband than Sylvian Valentino. This is not a typical romance or love story. Marrying Sylvian is the best way to consolidate and maintain my power. I have no intention of marrying in a foreign country full of strangers. I will live in this country as a princess, or at a higher title, until I die. In this Aslan Empire, only 3 families meet the conditions to achieve my goal: Addis, Valentino, Mercy. Excluding Empress Mercy's family, Duke Addis already has children, and he himself is too healthy, so the succession of this title seems impossible. So what's left is only Sylvian Valentino. He's married, but fortunately has no children. In fact, he's in a situation that could easily lead to divorce. Then I can become the Duchess of Valentino, and give birth to a child who can succeed the Duke. I will build a solid foundation and hold power firmly in my hands. Not this lowly woman." At the same time, Cana was escorted by the knights before Madame Josephine. She crossed her arms and glared, shouting, "Cana Valentino, kneel down." The knight beside her, upon hearing his master's order, immediately pushed her head down. Cana's knees hit the stone floor hard. Madame Josephine questioned her in a raised voice. "What are you doing wandering around the mansion? I guess you're so ashamed you can't say anything, huh?" Lillian glanced contemptuously at Cana's miserable state. Dressed so shabbily and kneeling on the dirty floor like a beggar in the slums. She laughed at her previous thought. "I can't believe I felt threatened for a moment by someone like her. A foolish worry, and I was too sensitive." Lillian then spoke softly, playing the good person. "Countess Elister, isn't this a bit too much?" Madame Josephine was overjoyed, thinking that the princess was feeling better. She put on a flattering air. No, Cana has committed a grave offense, and this is a serious matter. You have a kind heart, princess. The atmosphere was less tense, but it wasn't enough. I have to make the princess feel satisfied. Thinking this, she completely changed her attitude, looking at Cana with malicious eyes. She used her fan to lift Cana's chin and interrogated her. Speak. Why were you in Sylvian's bedroom? Cana glanced over. She saw Lillian in the distance leisurely enjoying her tea, as if nothing had happened. She smiled as if intending to provoke Madame Josephine. It's because I slept there. Then, she smiled and explained as she brushed aside Madame Josephine's fan. The Duke himself carried me to bed. Oh, and he also tucked me in. Hearing this, Lillian slammed her teacup down, her voice tinged with anger. Absurd. When there are matters concerning the heir, the Duke is more cautious than anyone. Unless you can bear an heir, the Duke will never allow you in his bedroom. Cana simply ignored her and continued, No, but the Duke was the one who suggested we sleep together. Lillian's face stiffened, her expression frozen. Cana continued cheerfully, Actually, I didn't intend to sleep, but the Duke was very enthusiastic. She figured that even though it caused a bit of a misunderstanding, the truth was actually somewhat similar to what she said. Josephine was furious. She didn't hesitate to slap Cana across the face. How dare you speak such nonsense? How dare you lie in front of the princess? You're insulting the royal family. Lillian gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling with anger. Josephine, beside her, didn't notice this and continued to strike Cana, scolding her as she hit. Don't you know that insulting the royal family is punishable by death? Hurry up and admit you're making things up. Tell me the truth immediately. Although her face was bruised and her mouth bleeding, Cana still smiled triumphantly, as if she had achieved her goal. Just as she was about to strike again, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out from the door. What are you doing right now? The newcomer was Callen. He was stunned by the scene before him. A horrific achievement unfolded before his eyes, leaving Callen speechless. The dirty, dust-covered dress, the chapped and bleeding lips. Even her clothes were taken away. Cana wasn't wearing anything but her undergarments. The sight of his frail older sister being bullied wasn't a misunderstanding. Callen repeated his previous question in a loud voice. I asked, what the hell are you doing? Josephine was flustered. She stammered, unable to speak, slowly lowering the hand that was about to strike Cana. This is. She couldn't understand why Callen Addis was here. She tried to suppress the fear rising within her. No, Josephine, calm down. What's wrong with the second son of the Addis family visiting? So what if he witnessed Cana being abused? If Cana was that important to the Addis family, if this girl was so precious that they cared about her so much, she would have been released from prison a long time ago. But all this time, they just watched and did nothing, so I have nothing to fear. She opened her fan as if to fan the flames of her anger, and also to try to keep herself calm. Cana is now a member of our family, an adult in the family. I must correct the behavior and rules for this Valentino daughter-in-law. Callen's face darkened upon hearing this. Did you just say correct the behavior and rules? He lowered his eyes to look at Cana. You stripped her naked and made her kneel on the dirty floor, in front of everyone. And treated her like an animal. Uncomfortable, Josephine was feeling very uncomfortable. She remembered the day Cana got married 2 years ago. How dare you think of going into the Duke's room while he's in a meeting? And then to be discovered by a nobleman. You humiliated me. Cana felt wronged, her voice trembling as she tried to explain, but if I didn't do that, the Duke wouldn't look at me. Josephine couldn't control herself and slapped her. Still arguing back. Although she nagged and scolded Cana for various reasons, this was the first time she had laid a hand on her. Because it was an impulsive action, she herself was surprised. How dare I touch the eldest daughter of the Addis family? Although I treat her like trash, she's still a noble. In the worst-case scenario, there could be a conflict between the two families. But contrary to her fears, Cana only apologized without a word of defiance. Where is that Cana girl from back then? Even if I beat her 100,000 times, nothing would happen. No one would protest, and Cana would remain silent. That was the unwritten law she had to abide by. Ending her flashback, Madame Josephine tried to justify herself to Callen. If you were me, Sir Callen, you would do the same. Cana dared to lie in front of the princess. She couldn't understand Callen's reaction. Step aside. Callen coldly approached, his voice firm. Josephine was still stubborn, refusing to yield. Sir Callen, you're being rude. This is the Valentino mansion. This isn't a place where you have the right to order me around. Do you know what Cana did? She then hit Cana's face hard with her fan. Last night, the knights were drugged unconscious by her magic perfume, and then she snuck into the Duke's room. Instead of feeling remorse, she dared to lie in front of the royal family. Furthermore, she was brought to public trial as a member of the Valentino family. This disgrace will never be repeated. The Addis family may tolerate this behavior, but the Valentino family cannot. I will not stand idly by and watch this daughter-in-law ruin the family's honor. Callen didn't listen to a word Madame Josephine said. He was only focused on Cana's injuries. In response to Callen's pity, Cana only frowned, glaring at him with a cold expression. Callen was puzzled. He kept asking himself, why? Why is it like this? Her lips are beaten to the point of bleeding. Why, instead of asking for help, does she make that face, as if I'm the reason she's distracted? Madame Josephine suddenly approached Callen and warned him loudly, so, don't interfere in our family matters and go back. If you leave, I'll overlook your rudeness. Callen said nothing, only glared. All right, stop overthinking. There's one thing I need to do right now. Thinking this, he reached for the sword at his hip and quickly drew it. Madame Josephine was frightened. She jumped and exclaimed, Sir Callen. What are you doing? Callen warned coldly, I don't want to make things more complicated, Countess Elister. Everyone, look at what he's doing. He's the one causing trouble. He's drawing his sword. Do you want discord between the two families? Josephine said, fearfully backing away. Callen remained unafraid. That depends on you. You decide. Do you want a conflict between the two families? Because I can handle either one. Josephine thought to herself, are you serious? Are you going to start a war over a girl like Cana? Are you going to do this for your family? But you've always ignored things like this before. Wasn't Cana treated worse than a human, let alone a daughter of the Addis family? That's right, why are they acting like this now? Having come this far, I can't back down now. But if I don't stop here, a war between the Addis and Valentino families. If the descendants of the knights have a conflict, will the conflict between the protectors of the continent continue? She thought of Sylvian. She remembered his cold-bloodedness, and his warning not to cause him trouble. There's a chance I'll be kicked out of the house for making things worse. Josephine finally yielded to Callen's resolve. She turned away. Fine, do whatever you want. I don't care if you take that girl or not anymore. Callen was satisfied and slowly sheathed his sword. He walked towards Cana, extending his hand to help her up. Duchess, this way. Cana coldly told him to get out of the way. Then, she quickly stood up straight. Callen's face showed alarm. He decisively took off his coat. Callen put it on Cana and urged her to leave quickly. Cana was reluctant to leave. She turned back with a sigh. It's a pity. If Callen hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to see it with my own eyes. I wouldn't have known whether I was satisfied or not this time. Cana slowly took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from her face. Then, she threw it on the floor and said, well then, see you later, mother. She turned to look at Josephine with a provocative expression. Josephine was furious, her whole body trembling with anger. After Cana left, Josephine shouted, "My God! Look at his rude attitude. I never thought Sir Callen would be such an ill-mannered person. Isn't that right? How dare he draw his sword in front of a member of the royal family? Only uneducated people would act like that." Lillian remained indifferent, saying nothing, as if it had nothing to do with her. Seeing this, Josephine became even angrier. Damn it! Usually, I always agree with the princess, but this time she didn't say a word. Is she trying to remain neutral? This is infuriating. Anyway, he's the son of Alexandro Addis, the Juke who tore monsters to pieces with his bare hands, isn't he? But acting like that isn't like a nobleman at all. While she was rambling, she suddenly felt an incessant itching on the back of her neck. Her whole body froze, feeling as if hundreds of bugs were crawling all over her. Josephine screamed in fear. Bugs? Bugs? There are bugs in my clothes. It seemed that Cana's poison was taking effect. She yelled at the servants, "What are you doing? Get them off me. Hurry up. They are biting me, it hurts." The two maids quickly obeyed, immediately searching all over her body. After a while, still finding nothing, they looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do. Josephine continued to scream, urging the servants. "Hurry up and get them off me. Bugs? They are still biting me. I want you to hurry up and get them off me." Lillian, standing to the side, saw this scene and fearfully covered her face. At this time, in the carriage, Cana was sighing dejectedly. She thought about the Valentino mansion. There must be something interesting happening right now. The feeling of pain, as if hundreds of thousands of insects are biting into my skin. She recalled being in Sylvian's room. Cana had brought that powdered poison with her, and when carrying such a dangerous chemical weapon, she had also prepared preventive measures for herself. Cana had prepared the antidote in advance and hidden it with the sleeping perfume. It's good that Sylvian didn't check my body. Right after the maid finished cleaning Sylvian's bedroom, she ran to tell Josephine. After taking the antidote as a precaution against poisoning, Cana had applied the poison all over her cheeks and chin. Because she knew that Josephine would never miss the opportunity to slap her in the face. Just as she predicted, Josephine was provoked and slapped her. However, Cana had applied a lot of poison to her face, and with just a gust of wind, all the poison would fly into Josephine's nose and mouth. What happened next was Josephine's living hell. Josephine couldn't bear the itching any longer. Her eyes rolled back, tears streamed down her face, and the blood vessels in her eyes were clearly visible. After a scream, she fainted, to the astonishment of everyone present. Cana was silently complaining. "Damn Callen. I should have seen that scene. This bastard is no help at all." Callen seemed to notice her mood and asked, "Why do you look unhappy?" Cana coldly replied, "Why do you care? And why are you here?" Callen then gave the excuse he had prepared beforehand, that Cana was violating the contract. Cana thought, contract? Oh, that. The contract to monitor Lucy's health every day, but Lucy isn't sick right now. To him, it must be a very important contract. To protect it, he even barged into the Valentino mansion and messed everything up. What an idiot. Callen flinched at Cana's cold gaze. He asked, "Sister, do you think I'm that stupid?" Cana was surprised. Callen continued, "I thought you wanted this situation to continue. Instead of asking me for help, what kind of time did you have at the Valentino house? What's more shocking than seeing my sister being beaten like an animal on the floor is her calm demeanor, as if she's used to being abused." Callen gritted his teeth, becoming even more angry as he recalled the scene. "Is this how the Valentino family treats you? All this time you were at their house?" He sadly covered his face, unable to understand why Cana hadn't said anything to him, and had chosen to endure it. Cana couldn't help but feel sarcastic. She laughed at Callen's thought. "What good would it do to tell you? It's no different than when I was at the Addis house. For 7 years, during that miserable time, Juhua didn't dare ask her parents for help. Childhood memories still linger in my body. Everyone thinks Addis is Cana's family, but they weren't even by her side. They weren't by Cana's side, just like Cana. Juhua chose to remain silent and endure it alone. Cana continued resentfully, abandoned, oppressed, and sometimes beaten. That's what the Addis family is like, right? Callen was startled and wanted to know who had hit her. Cana leaned close to him and whispered, her voice cold as ice, your mother, Chloe. When I was little. Your younger brother Osini. And you. Callen was dumbfounded. I've never hit you, older sister. Cana explained, violence isn't limited to physical impact, is it? I'm just saying. Don't tell anyone about this. She then calmly returned to her seat. Callen was still shocked. He refused Cana's request. No, impossible. I'll tell father. If you tell him, what do you think he'll do? Don't make me repeat myself. Nothing will change. And in the future, I warn you, don't ever interfere in my affairs. Callen looked up in disbelief. He stared blankly at his familiar yet unfamiliar older sister. Cana sighed and turned away. If you're going to be sarcastic like that, I won't talk to you anymore. Can we just be quiet now? She looked impatiently out of the carriage. Suddenly, the horse pulling the carriage neighed and reared up in fright. The carriage shook violently and swayed. Cana, unprepared, was thrown forward by the momentum. She fell into Callen's arms. He anxiously asked about her condition. After that incident, Cana was frozen, her whole body stiff. Callen shouted to the driver, asking what was going on and why the carriage had suddenly stopped. The frightened driver replied, I apologize, young master. That? I think you should come out and see. The carriage door then opened. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, Callen questioned the man in front of him. What's this? You're blocking a moving carriage. Duke Valentino. It turned out that the person causing the commotion was Sylvian. Sylvian maintained his smile and explained, because my wife is here. Cana immediately froze, dumbfounded by Sylvian's wife. Callen frowned. Wife? What are you talking about? Sylvian patiently repeated, the person behind you is my wife. Don't you know? 1,000 question marks appeared in Cana's mind. Since when did this person treat me like a wife? Sylvian didn't want to beat around the bush. He immediately dismounted his horse. Let me say it again. Excuse me. Callen stretched out his arm to push Cana behind him, wanting to protect her from this person. Cana, still shocked, stood frozen beside him. Sylvian quickly approached them, and repeated his request. I want you to return my wife.